Hey,
Hello,
everyone.
hello.
Hey, Mia.
Hi. Hello,
Ahoy.
hi.
Yo-yo.
Oh, Daisy also arrived.
Cat.
You can see that, yes. A flag has been waved.
I've come here. Nice, Finch. I've come here to chew bubblegum and do a think, and I'm all out of bubblegum. That's
Nice.
great.
And great movie.
Zero fucks. We don't have any what do you call it?
Thing nice to say.
To start off the stream with.
Oh, we don't have
Hi,
item wizard here,
Extinction.
so we can't do the 100 puns per hour.
Cat.
Daisy.
There is I liked that recreation of that with the IT crowd, where you have Moss saying, I'm here to drink milk and kick ass, and I'm all out of milk.
Oh, I love the IT crowd. I need to actually just watch. It's a nice background thing.
So funny.
We did the opening music. Do we need? Shall we do the intro?
There's a delay.
again?
No.
There's a
We
delay.
did it once already. It's good enough.
Why no alligators instead as pets? No, cats always.
And
Alligator
Kitty
lies.
is
None of us
more
went
like
Florida.
the emotional cat person instead of the emotional support alligator person. But there are
We don't
those
live
out
in
there.
Florida.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
not
to
a
be-
Florida
yeah.
man woman
who's
thing.
Who's
Okay.
Floridian here? None of us. Thank goodness, actually.
Indeed.
Just now we're gonna come up with a Floridian. Marvel, are you from Florida? Is Kitty's volume low? Ooh.
A
Yes,
little
I
bit,
am low.
So
but only when
maybe.
compared to others.
I'll just
Like
yeah,
you.
I'll put it higher. Yeah, okay. And also, I will peak a lot because I've got a silly limiter and things on.
That's just the usual. We are
There we go.
always
I've
here
taken
for
the
terrible
thing
audio.
off. I made myself
Peak.
louder.
Personally,
Peak.
I hit my peak years ago.
Oh,
Lol.
Yeah, my peak was probably when I was like 7. Okay. So, are we going to do a catch up before we get onto our
Trademark.
Mustard.
current topics?
I have some interesting things to say if you are.
You always have interesting things to say. That's why we have you here.
Why, thank you. A couple of news that some of you, well, not news really, but it has been conclusively proven at this point. It's pretty bad. Things aren't looking up. One of the many essentially Russian weapons that were uncovered recently are internet accounts, extremely popular ones, and not just accounts, but whole essentially news organizations. So, for example, there is a Twitter account, this is just an example out of many, called The Blacktivist, which is more popular than the PLM account, by the way, last time I checked. That account can, let's just say, organize things and carries weight throwing its word around, directly owned by the Kremlin, as it turns out, and also other accounts that argued with it, also directly owned by the Kremlin. Or
What?
news sort. So for example, this is a rather far left account, but there are far right assets as well, like the Voice of Europe newspaper. I think that's a newspaper, if I recall correctly. I might be wrong on that, which is incredibly far right in comparison. And what these assets would do is they would generate tension, they would organize riots, get people riled up, angry, mad at each other, create violence, strife, and essentially disagreement and political instability in the West. This is essentially a weapon to fuck up the political situation in nations that you consider rivals. This shouldn't be surprising as a fact. It should only be surprising as to how deep it goes. But it's been uncovered pretty much at this point, because nations that have stated for the last couple of decades that their explicit goal is to destroy this Western nation or that Western nation would probably stoop this low to use these kind of weapons. It's just how much it has permeated the internet that is surprising. That a bunch of these riling ups, people being mad, angry, violent towards each other, are really just a foreign subversive influence trying to destroy people's lives, to generate political instability in a rival. Same goes for TikTok, because these are apparently the news sources nowadays, where people get a lot of their news. again, directly under the control of the Chinese Communist Party and its genocidal dictatorship, and of course, obviously, designed in a way to destroy the potential of future generations in the West to create technological advancement that would outpace those in the East. That is another thing that the Chinese came up with, is that if we can't, despite the endless supply of intellectual property thefts, if we can't out-research our opponents because we can't just close the gap, then we will have to slow them down instead of speeding us up. And the best way to do that is to sabotage the upcoming future generation. So,
and if they were minding their own concert hall, maybe they'd be able to prevent things like that.
That's another news. Yes.
Sorry.
I gotta say again, I think what we should touch upon that briefly as well. There was a terrorist attack in Moscow. I think last time I checked, the numbers were like 160 killed and 150 wounded, somewhere around there. They might have changed since then. It was a concert hall. 4 suspects as of now. ISIS took responsibility. All of them seem to be connected. The USA and other Western nations warned and leaked data to Russia explicitly in advance, telling them this is going to happen. Stop this from happening. Civilians are going to be murdered. And in response, Russia essentially went, how dare you? This is blatant blackmail from the West. This is provocation. Look at everyone, how the degenerate transvest is trying to attack us. This is pathetic. And then, while they were posturing, it happened and a bunch of civilians died. And then, after that, the narrative immediately changed to, we knew this was going to happen. It is all Ukraine's fault. It is Zelensky who is behind this attack. And they tried so hard to find anything that is like connected to Zelensky. Like, they tortured those ISIS, the suspects. I'm pretty sure they are the ones responsible, but we're not exactly sure. It could still go either way at this point. There could be further evidence, always. But they tortured them so fucking hard until they admitted to basically anything and gave out useless information. Like, I'm Zelensky's long-lost half-brother. Just please stop beating. Like, it's not... I'm pretty sure you can't take it seriously. Come on. Has to be a joke or something, but no, come on. It's... they tried really hard to fit into the narrative, but as it turns out, pooling the vast majority of your military, political, and economic resources into a drawn-out Vietnam-esque war that you created on your own doorstep out of your own hubris aggression leaves you open to other elements that might want to hurt you, like a terrorist organization that is waiting patiently for an opening in your shell to commit mass murder. So yes, turns out sending everything to Ukraine is not always a good idea because it leaves you with nothing to protect the motherland. Something that these self-proclaimed ultra-nationalists should have learned long ago. But here we are. So yes, a bunch of people died, sadly, including toddlers and children. Last time I checked, I think that was still the information that was claimed. Like 1.5-year-old was one of the victims, for example. Not great. Not great. Don't like what's happening over there. Hopefully, it's a vain hope for me that the situation will eventually, maybe one day, calm down, but doesn't seem to be the case.
When all else fails, blame Iraq.
And again,
Indeed.
blame. This is all information that is coming out. It could be wrong. I do have evidence to back this up. But again, this is a situation that's still unfolding. So there are ways that this could be different. Something here could be incorrect. It's not really factual news. It's you're hearing from me, my interpretation of what's happening. But I encourage you to look all of this up because this is very, very loud. Is going on right now. It's kind of I just still have the vain hope that hopefully one day human suffering will not be so prevalent but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon.
Daisy for president.
Yes,
That
and
would change it.
100%.
all of the meme articles aren't helping, by the way, because I've seen legitimate articles that were joking about, like, oh, this is what the terrorists were admitted to. They actually admitted to they being Zelensky's half-brother. And then I looked it up, and it's like, no, that was a joke someone made up. It wasn't true. It was just memeing on, oh, they were beaten to oblivion until they would admit to anything. So yes, as usual, media not doing a good job, but still, again, I'm not an expert on anything. If anyone is interested, they can both talk to me and go on their own and look this up. Cat cam, obviously, no one is interested in me anymore because Day is going on the picture. So please, let's just
do
turn it.
that.
I
No,
know, I'm
what I wanted
joking,
to
I'm
say
joking.
is, like, there was espionage before, right? Where you would go and plant someone in the enemy nation, the spy, and they would go and try and they could sow dissent as an individual. But now you can just create profiles.
An entire app, yes, of profiles from the ground up. Imagine, if you will, just to give you how in no other context would this fly. Imagine that a vast majority of your upcoming youth in your nation gets their news from this one very specific news source, and also their brain, their still evolving young brain, and all of their desires, hopes, dreams, and their aspirations come from this one very specific source, including their behavior and language and how they see the world and how they interact with others. This one thing that is directly and proudly placed in the palm of someone whose explicit goal was, for the last couple of years, maybe decades, you could argue, and still is at this point, your destruction and your people's destruction. This wouldn't fly in any other context, and it shouldn't. Honestly, they could have, yes, they should have gotten rid of it before, or at least forced a sale or made it into a local thing. Just don't let a genocidal dictatorship do this to our children, please. Come on.
Always with the good takes. I don't know. What else? Okay, so that was
just to ruin the mood at the start of the stream, you know.
I'm just glad this isn't like late night, because I wouldn't be able to sleep after.
What is that hand?
What the?
It's not a hand. I'll show you.
I think it's a daisy, but it's giant.
Yeah, clever. Oopsie.
It's a daisy.
Either just that or it's the hamburger helper guy. I can't.
White fingers.
Make it small. I could go and change the dimension.
You've been following the Russo-Ukraine conflict for years before 2022, Finch. Yes, that is good to hear, because a lot of people only know about it. Oh, it's a flower, since the beginning of the war. But it's a very, 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 very old feud that would have happened essentially even without another event. It was bound to happen sooner or later, unfortunately. And it's been going on since, even some would place the beginning at 2014, others would go even further back technically. But it's a very, very complex conflict, and most people engage in analysis that is overly simplistic. There are a lot of motivations, both military, economic, political, a lot of events going on, very, very complex, not black and white whatsoever. So a bunch of the coverage is, as usual, trash, including mine, but hey, at least I'm funny. So
no, yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's probably not as probably maybe a bit more entertaining than a CNN or a Fox News article that gets half of the information wrong, and you're better off just reading Wikipedia or something. But even that has a bunch of incorrect stuff on it all the time. So yeah, sorry, that's it.
Kid is not helping with all the shit she's putting on her screen. It's like ADHD theater over there.
Okay.
Everyone's just pay attention to the center of the screen. That is now the focus of the stream, everyone. We have a cat, we have a flower, we have a scuffed queen. That is the interesting portion now.
I'm just saying, you're giving her crap, but look at Foxrew. How is he not infinitely more distracting than that? He's also like the ADHD icon.
Kid has like bouncing happy faces and
it was just a day.
He is.
I'm the emote explosions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, viewers doing that, Charles. We can't help that.
Viewers,
stop using
over the
emotes.
weekend. What is it? Over the weekend, it was the
oh my fucking god, the cat is killing me. It's so fucking cute.
The first official, it is.
All the time.
Aw, but this is the first official like appearance of my new avatar.
Yes.
I commissioned this. Yeah. it was on the first appearance you'll see, I think, is on what do you call it? The gaming, the Thinkers Gaming, where we have the what do you call it? The D&D
Which,
episode,
by
right?
the way, is going to be premiered tonight.
Yay!
So once we're done here, we can go over to the Thinkers Gaming.
Yeah.
And was it on? Did you have it on Rosales' stream?
I did have it on Rosales. Yep.
Woo!
I was there.
So you got
I was there as
first
well.
rights.
Yeah. But I was renting my previous avatar, the cat. I was renting that one. I didn't own it. It wasn't mine. But this one is. I commissioned this. And so
Ooh, look who's arrived.
Oh, hey, we have a guest.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Hello,
how's it
hello.
going?
Hello.
Kitty, remove the catch-up thing so people can see the name of our guest.
Yes,
Hi.
I shall.
What's going on?
Welcome.
Yeah, sorry I'm a little bit late. I've had a busy
That's
morning.
fine.
Yeah.
We
going?
just
Just
finished
missed all the fun talk.
Yes, no, don't worry. You
Fun.
missed all of the my depressing personal opinions about the even more depressing state of the military and political conflict.
Oh, no.
You didn't miss out anything. Just look at the cat, and it will bring back the nice and
It'll
wholesome
make
vibes
it-
we had
Yeah.
before the start
Aw.
of the stream. Yes.
When you said I hope one day there is just not so much human suffering, I just was like, if Daisy. That's why I said Daisy as president, because if Daisy could take over, she would just be the sweetest girl.
No,
Yes,
she
I'm
would just
feeling
eat a bunch of things that are very important for the ecosphere, and then you will never collapse.
She won't. She's so picky. But anyway, this isn't about Daisy. We'll do a Daisy stream. Welcome, Lofty.
Wow.
What the hell are you doing here? No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
Foxrew.
no. I'm
Intro.
just hanging out.
Yeah, no. I was talking with Lofty on Blaine's stream, and we were talking about Capcom, and I just was really enjoying especially the end of that conversation, and I was wondering if we could continue that there. Like
Oh,
the
yeah.
idea of how you can support a developer without while still criticizing the publisher.
Yeah.
Because Lofty was making some really good points about how great Capcom's games are and how wide and diverse they are. But they also seem to be doing a lot of scummy things in relation to their anti-pirating software and the microtransactions.
Yeah, Denuvo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Denuvo is the piracy software. I don't know much about it.
Essentially, yes.
I don't know much about. I mean, it's not piracy. Sorry, it's a anti-cheat software.
It is a piracy software because it caused piracy to become a thing again, even though it was going downhill. It was going away almost. Not going away, but it was showing a steep decline until Denuvo came about and made just products so much worse. It made them run worse. It was objectively terrible at what it was trying to do. It just diminished the customer experience so much more that the service that pirates provided became multiple times objectively better in every single way. And then, of course, piracy had a massive surge again because products without Denuvo, or the same product with Denuvo removed, was 600% better objectively, just out of performance-wise. There were great games where it was double-digit frames drops because of it's really, it is a piracy generator. Congratulations, you are recruiting video game pirates right now. You failed at your one objective. You had one job.
Yeah, and I don't know much about Denuvo. I some people. You kind of echo what you just said, which is that it diminishes performance issues. Other people say that it's a myth. So actually, I haven't looked.
No, that myth was proven, basically. I'm sorry. You can. There are so many videos and articles and in-depth breakdowns on the internet that I don't think it's fair to call that a myth anymore. Yeah. If it's even if they fix it up completely at this point, the bad reputation will never heal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the other thing is that it prevents people from modding games.
That too, yes.
And yeah,
part of that is a cultural difference. Like the West has a very strong, like what was it? Property rights are in the holder. Like property rights are in the holder of like the individual product, right? So if I own a video game, then I get to mod that video game. But like Japan,
yes.
like these at least these companies seem to think that you're just sort of renting it. You're like licensing the right to play it, but
and that's what a lot of companies
are
pushing into, that this model of like, actually you paid for the product, but you own it not at all in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, you don't own the product.
Take away, we can take it away from you any reason at any time whatsoever. Just like how we can delete your whole library and never give an explanation, even though we changed the terms of purchase after you conducted the purchase, which is technically illegal in some places. But yes, it is unfortunately not a too great direction where the industry is heading right now. It's just they make everything like live service for the sake of live service, even when it's not the most optimal solution. It seems to be one of those trends that is really popping off with some.
Yeah, and I don't like a lot of these live service trends or gambling trends, monetization. I just it's I guess there's an argument to be made for boycotting those sorts of companies and games, and maybe pirating games that like are pay to win, or like it's very complicated. I think, for example, Dragon's Dogma is not it hasn't met my threshold. I think, would it be fair to say that everybody has a different threshold? Because I think people do, clearly. Some people are
what they'll accept.
Obviously, it fluctuates wildly over different groups of people. That's definitely something everyone should be able to agree on.
Yeah. So, like, I think it's healthy to have these conversations, as long as it doesn't devolve into shaming people for buying a game that you think might be scummy or is run by a scummy company, or for supporting a scummy company. Everybody has their reasons. Everybody, for example, I always bring up Avatar because it's owned by Disney, but a lot of people went to see that in the movie theater because it's a big movie theater experience. It's like what and you might as well not even watch it if you don't go see it in a movie theater, because it's the whole point is IMAX immersion. But like, you're supporting Disney if you go see it. It's like, well, does that mean that you're woke, or like you're supporting like a corrupt company? I don't think so. I think people can make decisions and criticize a company for something and then still, watch a movie or play a game that benefits the company. It's like, that doesn't mean you support the company. It just means you want to play their game or their product.
Yeah.
I don't personally like the whole woke argument, but obviously monetary transaction immediately like transforms into some form of financial support for something that they will use for future products, maybe. It's not necessarily, obviously, somebody who consumes one of their products doesn't automatically mean, oh, I agree with them on everything and everything they have ever done, which is something that so many people make the mistake of. But what it translates to is financial incentive. But again, I'm the big advocate for conversations with anyone who disagrees. People already know that. But I would love for people to actually hash this out, because so many times I see just this basic concept not being understood, and just people talking over each other's head, or screaming or arguing, or like separating the art from the artist, or all of these different. I think these are so basic things to understand, but for some reason, maybe nowadays, maybe it was always this way and I just didn't see it before, but it seems like it's too much to ask for some.
Yeah, it's complicated. What do you guys think of Okay, well, do you have any questions about that? Like, do you want to specify anything, or like I could bring up an example, like Nintendo. Do you guys support what they're? I feel like nobody here supports Nintendo corporate with what they're doing with censorship.
They are
and,
doing a lot of things. You would have to
Well,
ask more specifically.
I think that
so. Yeah.
And I had brought up that I think that it's
That's
a
good
corporate,
question.
it's a cultural clash. It's that whole, like, what is it? How I brought up with Capcom, how they feel like the rights over their property and their image supersede like other people interacting with it.
Are we on
And
Twitch? Because I can't find the stream.
we're on Twitch and we're on X
YouTube.
as well as
and
YouTube.
Yes.
Oh, what's the how do I find this again? I'm trying to read chat. I can't read chat.
So
What's the
if you
should be
go
able
over
read chat.
to it should be on comments right there.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah,
be
but I can't.
by
What's the
any
video?
StreamYard.
What's
Oh,
the
no, he's
video?
specifically asking for the name of the stream in
Yeah.
what you put it up as, Kitty.
Yeah, Thinkers 45 doing a think on Dragon's Dogma 2.
45. Okay.
I can put
Got
that
it. I got
in
it. Got
the-
it. Got it. Oh, there. I'm on the thumbnail. That's funny.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So somebody in the chat asked a good question, but that was on Twitch.
Sokav, he asked.
Yeah. Is it possible? I think he was talking about what I said. It feels
Yeah,
like
I think that
hypocrisy
definitely
to-
references what you were saying.
Yeah, it feels like hypocrisy to enjoy something produced by something you hate. Is it complicity? I don't know if it's hypocrisy. I think hypocrisy, if you look at the definition, let's just do it quick, because people say this a lot. Hypocrisy definition is
you're
the
like-
practice. Yeah, the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs of which one's own behavior does not conform.
So I think
So
if you're
it's like-
trying to get somebody to boycott it and then you're buying the game, like that would be
Yes.
hypocrisy. But
If your morality,
I think sure,
Yes.
yeah.
A
If your
good example I
morality-
might have for this is that I took parts way back when, this sounds a bit out of pocket, but I promise it's relevant, in the War Thunder boycotts, because I played that game a lot, and a lot of it went downhill because of its creators, and the developers were just not really great in multiple aspects, and the players came to them like, we're going to boycott and not play for a week or sometime starting here, and they'll show them that the player base is dissatisfied with what they did. And then in the Discord of the very organizers who started this, you could see that on the day of the boycott and the days after,
they're playing the
they
game.
were playing the game because they were so addicted to it. Maybe because of they're so addicted to it. That's a conclusion to some jumped, including myself. I may be wrong, but
that's a hypocritical position.
it's a form, because you could have, for example, if you going with the assumption that they knew in advance that this was going to be the case, they could have just said, I'm so addicted, but I hate it. Please don't be like me. But of course, that is also always just a possibility out of the many things. But many would argue that that is some form of hypocrisy, of organizing an entire protest around it and then engaging in it anyway.
And if you're doing something in public and then in private you're doing the opposite, it's generally hypocrisy. And then, but you know,
Sometimes
that's an organ. Yeah,
I was going to just jump in and say that sometimes what it's not necessarily hypocrisy. It can appear that way, you know, because of the framing. But what it is that you have views, like you haven't interrogated your views enough, and that there's something deeper in there where like there's more nuance to be found, where like if somebody was really like against this whole thing, right, but they keep playing the games, what you need to realize in yourself is that you actually do value the games more than the situation, more than the situation with the publisher. And so you need to work through that and come up with a stance that supports both of these actions, or so that you are not creating cognitive dissonance within yourself. It's healthy at the very least.
You just got to be like natural about
honest
it.
with
You
yourself.
got to be honest about it. Like, I feel like too many people are like super autistic about like having this specific niche position on something, and then it like prevents them from doing anything relating to it. And it's like, I don't know. I think you can be more casual about it. Like, for example, you can totally be against, in my opinion, you can totally be against, let's say, Kevin Spacey as an actor, or Alec Baldwin, or some political, or Robert De Niro, and you can totally acceptably, without any morality corrupting your own morality, you can totally watch their movies and enjoy them.
Yes, one of these things that, for example, Tom Cruise is a Scientologist. I still like Top Gun Maverick. It's cool. I don't personally like what some Scientologists do, but doesn't care. Separate the art from the artist. Or what's
for the most part, I agree. But Cosby, can you see him the same?
Cosby, yeah.
I've said
this
before.
before.
The same.
Well,
it's definitely tainted.
Your threshold's different than others, because I've said this before. I go much further. If Jeffrey Dahmer dropped a stealth, hip hop album, I would totally listen to it tomorrow. A
lot of people.
If I would listen, I would probably. I've said this before too. If I got my hands on a Adolf Hitler painting, I would probably hang it on my wall, because Jordan Peterson is famous for this. Jordan Peterson has a lot of communist artwork all over his wall, and he has this specifically because it is he's studied communism and fascism for years, and it's sort of part of his intellectual curiosity, and it has nothing to do with the fact that he supports communism. He just has an interest in the artwork. And so when it comes to like a Jeffrey Dahmer or Bill Cosby or Kevin Spacey or Mike Tyson, like not Mike Tyson, who's the guy who killed?
Well, he's got accusations too, but
who's the
they killed someone?
O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson,
the baby.
Yeah, like if O.J. Simpson's on a podcast or something, I'll watch it. Like I don't, just for that's the entertainment value of it. I think some people are very serious about this not separating any
I know
support,
it's all over the place for some reason, but ultimately
a good point by Nico. Yeah, that how vocal are they about their disapproval? So like, yeah, I think it's your actions, your behavior comes into it. So if you just shut up and enjoy it, that's fine. But if you're loud and saying don't do this, and then you go and do what you're not saying, that's hypocrisy.
Ultimately, I think it comes down to what more people should aspire to is to be more honest both with themselves and others. Like, for example, I'm going to blow smoke up my ass here for a little bit. When I talked at the early point of the stream about the war or the terrible things that are happening in East and West, everything that came out of my mouth is my opinion, an opinion piece. They are not fact, they are not factual news or anything like that. And I'm very clear and open about that. And I hate when people are not willing to consider that they may be wrong, or talk to others, or say that, hey, listen, maybe this opinion shouldn't rule me, or we should consider it more carefully, just generally be more civilized, a little bit more gentle, not too open-minded, but a bit more open-minded about it, and like I can't put my finger precisely on it, but I think it's some part of humanity that is lost there, some fundamental part of experience of being the social species that we are, to just communicate, please, without like all of this strife.
Well, that's the problem. Like communication, and we could all have like somebody can be vocal about their distrust of somebody, or like that they disagree with somebody's politics or something, and you can be very vocal about it, and that's a good thing because you should be honest about that. But if shouldn't that be enough for some people? Like, do you also have to, extend that to your wallet?
I hear what you're saying.
Is it okay to if I spent an entire stream like roasting Alec Baldwin and just destroying his image and like participating in the destruction of his public persona, but then I go watch Hunt for Red October like a month later, I haven't really done anything to support the guy. You know what I mean? I'm still just, I just happen to like that movie separately from the fact that I'm contributing to the conversation. Does that make sense? Yeah.
What I think is might be the thing we're missing here. It could be wrong, but what I see is that I think what most people maybe what would be considered hypocrisy in a situation like this, where someone would come at a person, actor, whatever, with a specific critique saying of, hey, this is what I don't like. This is the bad event, very, very, very bad. Me dislike, me no like he, and we should stop it, or in the future it should be different, or I don't like that it's going this way, and I want to do something about it. And if they then provide any potential future like financial incentive for like watching the movie of the person they just said shouldn't be an actor or something, if you wish for a prevention of the future bad event that you don't like, that is a very ineffective way of going about it. And many would rightfully, in my opinion, levy the accusation that you are not thinking this through, or you're not really holding the opinion, or you hold ultimately the enjoyment of the whatever above your very loud and proud dislike of the bad events.
One question with that. So I understand you're saying, like, you know, it wouldn't be the same to like watch an old spacey movie. Do you intend to watch like new spacey movies? Like, would you want to continue his career, or like, you know, like some director, like a Roman Polanski or something, or, you know, like Woody Allen? Do you seek out that type of stuff? Fair enough.
Oh yeah. Yes.
But doesn't the hypocrisy fall on Hollywood because they're so
I do.
loud?
I do.
I mean,
I would watch a it actually would depend like on I think it would depend on the person, and I think it's like, for example, I've watched every Woody Allen film ever made because I grew up watching his movies before I even knew much about him. And and then like you know, because when I was like younger, I was watching his comedies, like his stupid comedies, like Take the Money and Run. But like
Bananas is great, man.
And the fact that his situation is very kind of complex because he's been sort of exonerated, it's debatable, but
sort of like it's definitely
like,
gray area where like Polanski is not gray area.
Yeah, Polanski, it's like, yeah, I watched The Ghostwriter. Sue me. I'm sorry.
I do watch it too, but I was just wondering, like, does that make a difference if it's like supporting new stuff? Like,
not
I don't know.
But I can see why somebody would think that's a little weird. It's just that I don't care enough. So maybe it's just like I'm not perfect. So like nobody's perfect. So like if I'm selfish and I want to watch a movie because I think it looks entertaining, I'm just going to be a little selfish. So like in my opinion, I just don't really care. So I don't really care what other people think either. So, but here's the problem. I think it also, if you, the thresholds are important, because if I was so adamant about like Sweet Baby Inc., for example, about how horrible they are for what they're doing with affirmative action, all this stuff, but then I got a job with them. That is crazy to me. And there's a clear difference between that, something like that, than an action that completely supports this company in a way that is beyond like just simply playing one of their game that they might have worked on because it's in they're in the credits. Like, you understand the difference between those two things, right? Like working for the company first. Yeah. So
yeah, but I mean, like, even then, like, it could be different. Like, if the company's bringing you on because they want to actually change, so they're looking for like a different.
Yeah, there are a couple of
I could see a difference
could be made for that situation. Like, I'm actually here to bring him down from this, or like,
I'm
gonna work anyway, or like, I need the money, or I want to change it. Like, I don't want to be the actually guy, but there are a couple of Steelmans for could be made.
No, there's a Steelman. Yeah, there's Steelmans for that too. Another one is my friend of mine just had on Shags just had on Vito and Eric July and EVS on his show, and it's like,
oh wow, that's a group.
It's like yeah, but separately, and it's
together?
Like somebody who you can make the argument somebody platforming somebody they disagree with is problematic, but actually if you're platforming them and pushing back against them while you're talking to them, that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a difference. So that's not hypocrisy. Just having somebody on your podcast that you totally disagree with and then hoping to come to a middle ground or something is totally fair game. Game, I think.
One of the problems in this area is movie sales, because what they always want to say is like, well, watch the movie and then make your opinion based off of that. But the problem is that when you go and see the movie and you purchase that ticket, as before you even go and see the movie, or whether or not you even go and see the movie at all, the movie studios will calculate that ticket purchased as an endorsement of the film. That's
not
how. What?
Well, yeah, for sure. Like
No, they
Ezra-
look at
Ezra-
they look at ticket sales. No,
Like-
how not? They look at
like-
ticket sales
Yeah, but
as
they're not saying that fans are supporting the studio. They're saying, "Hey, look, this movie is popular." They're
Well,
not saying,
well, yeah.
"Hey, everybody is down with Disney."
It depends, because Ezra Miller's The Flash is probably the best example. Like, if that movie is successful, does that mean that fans don't care about his problems and that they don't
No,
care
but-
about him? Or is it just because it's a DC character? You know, it like the box office returns for that. Is it because
But-
most people don't know about it?
The problem is that the general problem I'm talking about. I mean, there are specific examples that, like, when they have a lot of notoriety behind them, they end up becoming more niche, right? Like with a good example, like you brought up, is Ezra Miller. But if a movie is good and people like it, and it's really and it makes a lot of money, versus people, they end up, what is that? They walk out of the same amount of people go and see this other film, but they all end up walking out of it and not getting a refund, right? Then those movies are going to have similar reception by the studio. There will be a discussion about, like, the scores in like on review sites and whatnot, but generally speaking, they're like, okay, this made a lot of money, let's make something else with it. They won't necessarily learn any lesson that, like, from people, like, people's opinion afterwards. They'll look at the box office.
Yeah, but it's no different than like Wall Street. They're not
Exactly.
They're not
No,
taking those
this is
ticket
a general
sales as, like,
problem, right? This is a general problem, I think, in society. We don't have a good feedback measure. We don't have a way of, like, they just want to
Look,
they're seeking the dollar and not necessarily seeking.
I agree, because I've been saying this about theaters for a long time, because everyone's like, I don't give a shit about theaters anymore. I just want streaming. I don't care. But theaters are a great way for the people to voice their opinion about what they want. And actually, to be fair, I agree with you. I think people should put their money where their mouth is, and they should support movies like Dune, for example, that are pushing the boundaries of technology and cinema and blockbuster filmmaking in a positive way, and not support movies like Madam Web or like
but that's playing out that way. It's playing out exactly the way you're putting it.
Yeah,
we've got a box office guy here, and it's got legs, according to him.
But it's
Doom's
not
doing
always
good, man.
playing out. It's really not always playing out, because a lot of the times good films are not supported at the theaters, and bad films are.
Like, I think that mostly, I mean, there's other reasons for it, but mostly the reason why Solo did so well or so poorly is because of the reception to The Last Jedi. Is that Solo's box office was a condemnation of The Last Jedi, and not necessarily a reflection on how well that film did.
No, if you made a Solo movie that was actually good with Harrison Ford, I don't think people would be like, I'm not watching this because of Last Jedi. That's silly.
Well, but like word of mouth, like you're talking about word of mouth, right? Because you don't know it's good the first weekend. Nobody knows if it's good or not.
I mean I meant opening sales, not the entire run.
Like,
I meant in part.
I understand. Like, word of mouth is big. Word of mouth will determine a movie hitting $1 billion or not. Usually, if it's bad, it's not going to hit $1 billion. Oppenheimer hit $1 billion. Barbie hit $1 billion because it had. But but the opening days could be a number of factors. Solo could have been just nobody cared about the actor who doesn't look like Harrison Ford. So it didn't resonate.
There's a constellation of issues going on with Solo. I think that a lot of people put was it they don't realize like the trajectory of a series in general. A lot of people actually, I think, unfairly say that the Rise of Skywalker or the series lost money when it has a similar financial trajectory to the original trilogy. The last the Return of the
Solo,
Jedi had.
Hey, 1 second. Solo opened to $84 million in one weekend, opening weekend. Dune, which we all pretty much agree is a success, yes, has yet to do half of that in one weekend.
Yeah.
But it's got legs where Solo didn't.
You have to consider.
So hopefully it gets $1 billion.
It has legs. It certainly does. Yes.
I was about to mention. Maybe I'm like this is a bad comment to make, but you are looking at the biggest IP in the world, Star Wars. Well, not necessarily the biggest IP, but like the most iconic, like
IP.
IP of like it's the.
He brought up Solo. I was just like I didn't understand the position.
What would be the second biggest? Like Marvel? Because then you'd have like the
true. Sorry, I shouldn't have used my bad. I like the iconic universe, or what should I should have used some descriptor like that. But you are yes, you are standing on firm ground.
Yeah.
You have a very large pool of people to draw from, where opposed to Dune, you're like, yes, there is an old school fan base of like the grandfather or of science fiction we are here and all, but the fact that you're making a movie for it, how you translate that, who will you draw from, like it's much harder to establish a fan base. Again, like everything that's coming out of my mouth, this is my opinion. I might be wrong. I might even be factually incorrect, but I think this is worthwhile to take into consideration.
No, there's something to be said for that, because studios, I've said this quite a bit, they're quite cynical about what people want. Godzilla -1 kind of proved that last year. A good movie, and people went out and saw it. Go figure.
But actually, no. It only made like $100 and some million total.
Compared to what?
Compared to, I mean, Godzilla. I mean, the other Godzilla, the new one's
be
going
more
to
than
make,
that with the two different releases, right? Because they did the black and white and the original.
Charles, Google
I'm on it.
Sorry, the
Sorry,
box
I was seeing your hands moving, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's Jamie moment already." Charles, pull it up.
Worldwide is 104.
So so
foreign language film though.
Godzilla versus Kong made $470 million. Now it's foreign language. That's why it's people are subtitles, and it's Japanese. It's not marketed towards like normies, you know.
Totally. It wasn't a huge release either. I know, like in my city or whatever, it was at one theater. So I know it was very limited.
It made a lot of money for what it was. $15 million.
Didn't even hear about it over here. So.
It exceeded industry standards.
It did. And it won an Oscar.
That yellow line there.
But now we're talking like, you know, we were talking about supporting stuff. Now we were focused on like individuals and people, but like what about Nintendo? Like, did we ever get to the bottom of how do you
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to owning a Switch, but I'm not giving them money. But I don't know, should I be boycotting them? Like, what's the main
let me ask you, like,
Nintendo?
Are you saying you don't have a Switch because you don't like Nintendo?
No, basically I know I'd waste too much time, but
oh, okay.
But yeah, well, there's that too. But mainly it's just, you know, I figure if I had something portable, I'd be constantly looking at it. I spend way too much time on my phone. But I want to Switch. Like every time I'm like hanging out with my niece and nephew, we're usually playing their thing. That it's fun. Like I would love to have one. But I don't know. Am I boycotting by not paying? Probably, but I don't know. If they have a good game, I could see buying it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it's okay for people to take incremental steps as well.
Baby steps.
Yeah.
Do something about it. That's a show of good faith. Yeah.
Right. Like if you make a video like about on your YouTube channel about how scummy Nintendo is when they shut down a Smash Brothers tournament because there was a prize pool and they didn't want anyone to make money off of their products. That's scummy, and that's anti-consumer and that's anti-fan. That's bad. If you make a video about it and just kind of roast them for 10 minutes, good for you. Like you're contributing to pointing out that this is a problem, and you're doing a good job. If you own a Switch, I'm not going to judge you for it because that's irrelevant. Because
It may even be the
Breath
background
of the-
for why they care, but yeah, it's you need to take
Yeah.
consideration into account.
and if
position.
you and you might love Breath of the Wild, and there's nothing wrong with that game. So there's no reason not to like that game.
You may
So-
wish for
Question?
Nintendo to change and still hold
But-
things that you hold, have things that you hold dear about the company. I don't know.
But
Well,
I don't
that's-
think a lot of people do like what I think the trend is that games that are let's pick trending stuff like woke
Power World?
like trying to think of an example of like the market correcting for basically not a boycott, but like people are not interested in something, so they just collectively don't buy it. Like,
Well, I think that what is it? Suicide Squad. I think.
Yeah.
Suicide Squad game.
yeah, people don't seem to be too interested in either that perspective storyline or the fact that the game just looks super generic. So maybe the
gameplay
company-
seems to be really generic as well.
How did they fuck up so much a game when you can kill the
Yeah.
Justice League? There is so much potential. I'm sorry.
But-
Well, I
The
think
game
that-
designer in me, the
Yeah.
wannabe game designer in me, more specifically, is
Yeah.
crying.
but it's hard because like you want to say that we have power as gamers, but do we really have power? Because look how much money Madden is making every year
I
with
know, right.
microtransactions.
Yes, the
And it's
whole
insane.
sports and
EA
that kind of EA
off of
stuff
their-
is there, but
Yeah.
I don't think that's like the power of gamers. Really, I don't know
It's
how
not.
to place that. Like it's the you can always
Like-
go railing. I'm sorry.
Like people complained about Starfield a lot, but I think that game sold pretty well. Same thing with Spider-Man 2. I think that game sold okay, and people were complaining about Pal World potentially using AI. That game sold really well. People were complaining about Hogwarts Legacy. A lot of people were boycotting that game, and that game sold
Yeah.
$1 billion.
Well, I
People tried.
again,
A
though,
lot
I
more
think that-
people were boycotting the boycott.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
it invoked the Streisand effect to its fullest extent. That
I
specific-
think
Like, I don't
that
think I would have
with-
gotten
A
it.
boycott became a boycott.
Hey!
No, I think that the problem with Hogwarts Legacy, and we were talking about that on stream as well, is that a lot of the people who were vocal about the boycott were people who are non-gamers anyway.
Yes, exactly. Who had an ideology or agenda or a different thing that drew them in, but aren't usually in that space. So their
They're tourists.
decision is, exactly. They are visiting this space for some reason.
That
And
happens a
their
lot.
decision is not as impactful.
That happens a lot though with games. Tourists sort of hijack the space whenever there's a controversy, and then
People make the mistake of appealing to them, and then they disappear and like, what? Why did we appeal
Well,
to them? Yep.
the most, and I don't know about you guys, but the most annoying thing about the tourists are when they pretend that they would have bought the game if it weren't for whatever this problem is, when in reality they never would have bought the game anyway, and
Yeah.
they're using this as a tool or as like a weapon to attack some political side, and which boils down to straight up virtue signaling, pretending that you would have bought a game, but you're sacrificing something by boycotting it just to prove your principles correct, when in reality you never would have boycotted the game. You're not even part of this space. You don't even care about this game. You're just virtue signaling, and this is a very common thing in gaming, and it's very, very annoying to deal with.
Yes.
But like, people like Street Fighter. I could think of a million examples, but like, people were upset about Final Fantasy censoring Tifa in one of their games, so they were like, "I'm not buying the new game," and it's like, you didn't even buy Remake. You were never gonna buy Rebirth to begin with.
Yes.
Stop pretending that you're like making some final stand, like you some like virtuous angel that has like descended from heaven. Like you're like, shut the fuck up. Like it actually takes balls
wait.
to boycott
Can we moderate that to be like have like you can talk about like your the issue without coming off as holier than thou.
Well, you can, but not a lot of people do.
Clearly, it's not very
But
popular,
we wouldn't want
unfortunately.
them to be. We wouldn't want them to be quiet. We would just want them to be like more constructive with their criticism and more constructive with the dialogue.
Yeah,
Them being vocal is actually a good thing.
No. If you want to be like, I'm against censorship, and then you're also a gamer, and then you're talking about censorship in video games, that's being consistent. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying making a big deal about not buying. They're not going to get my money, and then it's like, well, do you even own a PS5? And they're like, no, I hate Sony. It's like, well, they weren't going to get your money anyway.
That's a specific sector of those vocal people. That's like,
yeah.
Whereas
there's
people
a lot of those weird people on the internet.
Yeah,
and
maybe more aware.
Yeah,
more aware and less holier than thou. Yeah.
Well, what would be important as a metric would be how many people were going to buy it, like it was in their cart, and then they saw some tweet or whatever, and it was like, oh no, and they deleted it out of the cart.
Well,
like,
here's actually an interesting thing that actually is what is it? It's almost the opposite kind of thing. Just reminded me of this is actually what saved a show one time it worked was Chuck. I don't know if you remember that show, but it was doing poorly. It was going to be canceled. And then what they did was there was a campaign to purchase Subway. You go to Subway and you leave a comment card saying, I purchased this sandwich because you advertised on Chuck. And then Subway actually picked up the financial burden of the show, and it ran for, I think, 2 more seasons.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't watched it, but yeah.
No, that's fine. This is just an example of how you can support something. A campaign to support something does work. I think that what we need is the same kind of thing, but for like a way of letting companies know that when they do things right, we need to support them. We want to create a positive incentive rather than a negative incentive. Negative incentives don't seem to really work that often. Positive incentives have a much better track record.
Yeah. We're raising our hands? Let me see. I can do it.
Question for the chat from the chat. So Kai, oh, look at you. Can you
we
do
only
that,
used one.
Get with the program, Lofty. What is an example of the tourists, though? Who are we quoting? People in our social circles, influential people who drive sales. Who? I don't think they're influential people in this case.
Do you want to invite her on? Do you want to invite her on? Because
who?
No.
That's a friend. That's a friend of Kitty's.
Oh, I thought you were saying like an example of a tourist.
Here's a tourist.
No, we got some of those on the screen right now.
She's here tonight.
I could name names. No, I mean, it's a combination of normies that just feel good about joining a group of like a cult that like just hates on stuff constantly. It's also influencers that don't really care, but they're using it as like their daily content drop. It's like, oh, now I got what can we be outraged about today? Let's talk about Street Fighter.
That's what I would definitely say is the biggest one out of all of them. We need to make this or even just, for example, when the whole Hogwarts Legacy boycott thing was going on, so many people were talking about, I'm not gonna buy this game, that was their first time talking even about buying the game, and they never made video games before. That to me is the prime example of a tourist, or I wouldn't call them tourists, but what would be considered one.
They don't drive sales, so they're not the influential in that way,
but
they've been loud.
And the morality brownie points.
Yeah, they've been retweeted. They're not in our social circles. Well, I don't know. Lofty sounds like he could name names, and
there's
someone.
I mean, there's a lot of people in our social circles that occasionally will just do clickbait for no, just because it's just a thing that happens with content creators. I don't think I try not to do it, but I might. I don't know. I try to
Who
be
amongst us is not above
completely-
clickbait.
Well, no, I clickbait, but when I clickbait, it's more like for meme, like the purpose of like memeing. I don't
I've seen
talk
your
about.
thumbnails, Charles. You've
Yeah.
clickbaited before.
But do you guys talk about stuff that you don't actually care about just
No,
because you want to be
we
involved in
don't.
the conversation? Like,
I mean, if I'm asked
Uh,
on a stream and they're talking about it, yes, but I'm
Oh,
not
that's
going to make
different.
content about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure.
that's
Yeah,
different.
sometimes in a group like this, there'll be something that we don't know about, but because it's interesting to one of us, or one or two of us, we let them talk about it, and we're here to talk about it. But
Yeah,
if they
that's-
want to
that's
talk about it,
different.
we do.
Wait, am I a casual
That's-
gamer or a tourist? I don't know what I am.
I think
You would
You're
know.
casual.
Yeah,
I
very-
remember
you've
casual
streamed
used
it.
to-
No, you're not a tourist unless you
Don't play
like
games.
pretend. My definition of a tourist is somebody that like pretend puts on
Oh,
this
makes content.
persona,
Okay.
or no,
Yeah.
like puts on a persona.
You actually streamed
that-
Last of Us 2. You're casual.
That already makes you at least a casual.
No, you
I think the term is
Outside of a
yeah.
tourist. Sorry.
No, you could be you can be a hardcore gamer and also be a tourist, because for example, if
something else.
I'm a hardcore gamer, if I started to inject myself into the like Genshin
Oh yeah, I
Impact
understand.
community,
Yes.
like start talking about Genshin Impact and like how toxic it is, I would never been involved in that community, and I would be a tourist, and I would be like lying to the my followers, because I don't even know anything about this community. I've never even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, Blaine
it's-
helped too.
Like it would
I
be.
got it.
I mean,
got it. Thank you.
I have a passing knowledge of the EA sports games.
Yeah.
And I understand about the microtransactions going on there, and I can talk about microtransactions in general, right? But I can't really talk about the sports games because I don't play them. I don't know anything about them. I don't.
That I can talk about.
And I don't really have an interest in them.
Oh.
You
and
can't
so
say
I would be.
won't be buying
If I
FIFA
was,
25.
yeah, if I was
how dare
talking
you.
about that, I would definitely be a tourist.
Great
Okay.
great example is the people, in my opinion, that were calling the Mario Brothers movie woke because Peach was a girl boss or something, or Rainbow Road was a pride flag.
Was it?
Those
I mean, she
people are
was more of a
tourists.
girl boss, though. She got a lot done, but they explained it in there that
They explained
she'd
it.
been raised this way her entire life.
She wasn't damsel girl boss.
Right, but those
Yeah.
people are not unaware that she has never always been a damsel. If you were not a tourist, and if you're actually, a Mario Bros enthusiast, you would know this.
Well, Rainbow
yeah,
Road
she's
was
the best
only
character
invented
This is
quite a
for
few
the
this
games.
is
games.
why,
Yeah.
and this is why somebody like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers was very vocal about how the movie wasn't woke. He said it fit very well into the
I know, I agree.
lore, and yeah.
I like his take on that, and I like his take on Avatar as well, because he was honest about it. He liked it, and it's like, he could have said that was
And even
woke, but it wasn't, and he was
Yeah,
honest.
even though all
And
his
what
friends
is good
were
about it is
hating
that
on it, he
he-
was like,
I know he
Yes.
got a lot
No,
of hate
I like
for
it.
that.
He had an
Yeah.
incentive, both financial, moral, and social, to hate on that movie hard, and he went
Right.
against that
And-
incentive by just decided to be honest. I think
What
that's
a
Yeah,
novel
respectful.
idea, just having an opinion and sticking to it.
Yeah.
How dare you conform? Hardware.
my mind is blown. I must say, I'm gonna need a moment to take this in.
But like, you could also be, I don't know, I say tourist all the time when somebody's like just completely uninformed about something, and they try and chime in with their like opinions, and they are missing so much context, and that would change their mind if they knew about the context, and then, you know what I mean?
So,
Like,
if I can just 1 second. So,
Yeah.
an analogy I would use is somebody who's a tourist probably affects negative coverage for a game, and a casual gamer affects the game's bottom line.
yes,
Okay.
casual gamers, look, casual gamers will buy games
If they're good.
regardless of any political agenda whatsoever, as long as the game is good.
Right.
You
okay.
know, it could be a fascist game, like live objectively, or it could be or racist game, or it could be a totally like woke game like Hogwarts Legacy, where it's a legitimately cringe, identity politics. You know, the entire Hogwarts is somehow the most diverse place on the planet Earth, even though the movies were like completely the opposite. There's LGBT storylines. There's animal rights activism in the game. It's an objectively woke game, but for some reason, all the normies didn't really care because it's just Harry Potter. And
no, I think that
it
is
was the first
inaccurate.
decent Harry Potter game in a very long time. Even though from I want to be I aspire to be a game designer someday, and I know a little bit about it. I would critique it very heavily for a lot of missed opportunities and being rather mediocre as a game, but the mere fact that almost all of the previous Harry Potter games were far less in terms of quality, let's just say that. This was the best one so far, so it got off scot-free very easily because we're like, oh my god, a halfway decent Harry Potter game.
But this goes back to what we were talking about hypocrisy, because that's a pretty big one for me. A lot of people were being very hypocritical about Harry Potter, where they are vocally constantly calling for boycotts over every other game that's woke, every other game that has Sweet Baby Inc. working for the company. Or you're supposed to boycott all the Sweet Baby Inc. games. Anything that's like woke, you should be pirating it. And then for some reason, Hogwarts Legacy was the only one of these games that, well, no, not for some reason. It was because they could finally use it as a weapon against their political enemies. And they were okay with being hypocritical about supporting that game. People like, I'm not going to name names, but a lot of people that are hardcore anti-SJW people were buying copies of Hogwarts Legacy and giving it away on stream. And they are
interesting.
Any other, if that game had no
because
controversy,
the other side is boycotting it, so we
because
must
the other
support
side is boycotting it.
Boycott it. Yes.
And I'm looking at it like, well, you guys would be boycotting this game in like another universe where the trans, or where J.K. Rowling wasn't like a transphobe or whatever. This would be one of the games that you're like calling out as like woke and we should boycott. It's like,
but doesn't that just speak to priorities? It is more important to
support J.K. Rowling, I guess. I don't know.
Well, and on that game specifically, the narrative kind of shifted. At first, I remember there were a bunch of reports that it is a woke game, there is a trans character, and then that just kind of got swept away with the whole boycott thing. Then it's just, no, we got to support it. So it is kind of weird.
Yeah,
the controversy kind of comes and goes.
It's weird to me. It's more woke than Starfield was. Starfield had pronouns in the first 3 seconds of the character creator, and the pronouns never existed in the game after that. They went away, gone. And then there's nothing else in the game that's woke, really. It's just like that's it. But that was like a big problem for people. And in Hogwarts, they call you they them pronouns the entire game. They don't refer to you as your gender. Mm-hmm. And it's more woke, man. I'm telling you, that's the kind of hypocrisy that makes me cringe a little bit. It's just like, I'm okay with people like making fun of the left, the crazy people for screaming at you for playing Harry Potter. I made fun of them too. I made videos about it. I like made fun of them, but I still like, and I bought the game, but I'm also not telling people constantly to like boycott everything.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be like kind of casual about all these things, unless it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
I was hoping that there should be a way that you could be like, how sensitive are you? Like before you get into the game. And then the game just does what it needs to do around you.
That's funny.
Yeah,
no, that would have to be some kind of like third-party mod type thing, because there's no way that they're going to invest.
Get on that. Get on that, Hydra.
There's the website.
Automatically, it's me. Is it me who, just because I'm a
modder? I know.
You're our expert.
Lothing, I have a question for you. And I don't mean this to be like prying inquisitive or whatever in bad faith. I'm just honestly asking. You use the descriptor woke a lot in this specific context when you're talking about it. Can you give? I kind of sort of see what you mean, but can you give someone who wouldn't understand, or the audience, what exactly do you mean when you use this word? What does it encompass in this context when you talk about it?
Oh, well, the word woke?
When you say a video game is woke, for example, because I can kind of guess what you mean, but not everybody.
Yeah, I always just use it interchangeably with essentially political correctness, basically. So if a game is going out of their way to be politically correct usually this refers to gender ideology, racial, and identity politics, social, environmental issues, stuff like that. If that makes.
Yes, thank you. That's a good explanation. Again,
The message.
I sort of knew what you mean. Just in case anyone in the audience doesn't know, I wanted you to specify.
Yeah, because it's hard to
Priorities,
define
Lucy.
woke. It's sometimes people have a struggle to define it. I just say it's identity. It
gets
political.
misused as well, like
I think
other
it's-
words that can be used as a cudgel. Often people like to use labels even when they don't understand them or misuse them because of the power they can hold in certain situations.
I don't like words that like that. I don't like. It's a rabbit hole people fall into and start calling everything woke.
Yeah,
Invoking
indeed.
the word
Well,
for
I
the
think
power
that
it
it's important to understand
racism.
to understand that it's a difference in ideology. I think that one of the things that is
difference.
very clear is that it is leftist. Comes from a very illiberal view of the world. It comes from generally speaking, it comes like the
egalitarian.
way that
Yeah.
what? No. It comes from what is it like the
or like social Marxism or whatever.
intersectionality. Intersectionality.
Intersectionality.
The progressive stack. What do you call it? The
We still haven't done the progressive stuff.
I know we haven't.
Exercise.
Yeah, but the what's the view where you can, like, you only can talk about things that you've experienced? What's that? Your knowledge standpoint theory.
Oh, okay.
These things like influence the way that you evaluate, or like the way, if somebody holds these things, they're going to make a different game than somebody who is liberal, who has like colorblind policy. And
you can be liberal or conservative and have, what's the word? You can have things in your games or movies that are inclusive. You can do it with accessibility features, or you can do.
I hate how those are considered inclusive. Yeah. Like,
I know
politicized. I hate that so much. It's just
I hate that the colors pink and blue are now only trans identity stuff. It's like, no, it doesn't make any sense. That's not. You can't hijack a color.
Well, I think the problem with this
hijack a disability. Anyway, go ahead.
Exactly, and the reason why I think part of this is it comes also from the coding lens, where you're trying to view stereotypes, right? So somebody is like gay coded if they act a certain way. You can't look at them as an individual, right? We are looking for the stereotype that they best fit. What is the secret message in this character? And they do the same kind of thing with like features, right? Like the game is woke coded because it is trying to be inclusive, right? No, instead of just realizing, well, we want people with disabilities to be able to play our game. We want them to be able to enjoy it. We want their money. Well, there's all kinds of different things going on there. So instead of seeing that, right? No, the game is woke coded. And so people who are heavily invested in calling out these things tend to fall into that trap of seeing everything as woke.
Yes. You know what? Somebody in the chat said it perfectly. Critical race theory, intersectional feminism, other brands of critical theory. I'm going to throw this out there to the panel because in the chat, because I talk about this a lot. I think I made up this term, but I maybe other people use it. But critical woke theory to me is a thing, and it's very annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what we're describing. It's critical race theory is where you have this lens. You're essentially, you put on your little pair of like goggles, and they're coated with a like a magical lens that everything you look through is like appears to be through the lens of like racism or racial identity.
Yeah.
And people do this with anything. So a movie like Oppenheimer can't just exist by itself. They have to show the perspective of the Japanese, or else it's racist. Or Shogun has to have black samurai. Why are there no black samurai in this? Well, and it's like, oh, this is racist, or Ghost of Tsushima, or whatever.
Yeah.
And people on the right are doing this now with woke stuff. It's like everything is they're looking before they even just, is this good or bad? They just say, is this woke or not? And it's like, and then that leads them to nitpick things that probably aren't woke, and they're just like, well, this could be woke, so I'm just going to call it woke and then move on.
But is that swing of the pendulum earned? I mean, we did have several years there of very vitriolic, parasitic attack. Yeah.
It's earned in the social context of the culture shift, but it's not. You shouldn't just go along with it because
it's an effective weapon. Essentially,
yeah,
they realize the power of labor and dismiss to its fullest potential in this newer age. Essentially, in my opinion, again.
Sure, but we should always be pulling the pendulum towards the center as much as possible.
Of
Agreed.
course, but it's not gonna.
Agreed.
Don't confuse the prescriptive with the descriptive. It's describing the situation and saying this is what we should strive for. Of course, very different things.
How about an anvil, not a pendulum?
An anvil. Let's just be stagnant.
Drop it.
No progress whatsoever.
If we are not moving, there can be no friction.
Yeah. That's
So
I'm not an enlightened centrist.
Yeah.
Is that
No, part of the?
Am I? I don't know. That's what chat said.
Yeah. Well, the part of the
Welcome.
problem no, part of the problem is that people don't understand the politics and they're only reacting to things. So that, like, the underlying principles, right? So like liberalism has a core set of values that it is trying to reach. And since people don't really understand, like, a good way of understanding this is that liberalism was always against slavery. And so freeing the slaves and making Black people equal members of society is a kind of progress that liberalism was always in favor of. Like on a philosophical level, right?
Yeah,
not necessarily the individuals, right? Because people will not necessarily agree or whatnot, but like principally, philosophically, liberalism was always against slavery and is in favor of equal treatment for everyone.
Right, civil rights.
And so it's aiming for that is like the liberal principle. Now, people will say like, oh, you're just going to keep going with progress, but like there is a center to that pendulum for liberal, right? If you're going with like overcorrection, right?
So
Overcorrecting,
it's not progress for progress's sake,
right? Like, what is it? Equity tends to have this principle of like looking into the past, right? This was evident in even the French Revolution, where they were looking into the past, looking into the past and trying to correct for that. So we have to look at the past injustices of white culture in order to in order to properly have a equity for minorities or the underprivileged.
The pendulum. I'm not the slippery slope theory would suggest that which people make all the time, which is kind of annoying when people just constantly say slippery slope all the time, because you could have said that about civil rights, about slavery, about anything. Well, this is a slippery slope because 100 years ago somebody could
this is how it starts. Yeah,
somebody could have said this is how it starts. Eventually we're going to have gender and identity included in discrimination policies. And then transgender identity, and then it's like, well, the slippery slope would be to give anybody rights at all. It's like, well, fuck, who cares?
Well,
life's not perfect.
monarchists would
Yeah.
argue against that. Monarchists are against the entire Enlightenment project.
Yeah, well, or like gay rights or whatever is a slippery slope leading to blah blah blah. Yes, slippery like or censorship is a slippery slope leading to more censorship.
Well,
give me
I
a second,
think
sorry.
that
The most
and
progressive
see,
person today in 30 years will still be looked upon as not progressive because
yeah,
by definition, progress means
yeah,
further.
yeah.
Monster.
So
But
this is the kind of problem I'm talking about, is that when you're only reacting to situations, then that kind of view definitely is the case, is that we always like progress is this nebulous thing. But when you realize that that like having the same rules for everyone is the principle, and we got to make sure that we're having that for everyone, and that's what we're working towards, then there is a metric to evaluate that. It's when things are nebulous that we end up getting into this problem of everything. Your meter for what's going on is broken.
yeah, and it's like somebody in chat said pulling how much of a means. Oh wait, what did he say? Zero fucks. Said in chat, you can make an argument that pulling towards the center means giving up ground to the other side. You could make that argument, but like the other side, you could also make the argument that the other side should be like if a Marxist or a communist started giving ground towards the center, you would applaud them. You'll be like, oh, okay, they're being more reasonable.
Yeah,
but that's from your perspective. From their perspective, they would be like, you're giving up ground to the Nazis, and it's like, no, I'm just not firing white people from positions of power like for no reason.
Yeah.
Doesn't this almost touch on Sargon's recent Gamergate 2.0 video where he
I guess
talks
I don't watch
about
I haven't watched it yet. Yeah.
His latest
came out
video
like
was, I would
today.
say, mostly good. I think that he gets some critical things wrong in his analysis, but his ultimate point at the end of they've been working towards advancing their goals for the past 10 years and gamers have not is accurate. I think that is why we're in the situation we are in, is because
which touches on the pendulum metaphor, is that if one side is constantly pulling and the other isn't,
tug of war.
it's hard. Yeah,
it's a tug of war. They're like, we got to keep doing harder and harder in the opposite direction. Vouch does say that a lot. He's kind of base sometimes. He's like, you stupid commies in my chat don't understand that we keep losing elections because you people are too unhinged. And it's like, we got to be more center. We got to be more like center left sometimes. And then his chat like just roasts him the entire stream because he takes a position that, which is reasonable. But
it's the reason why that's the case is because Bosch is rarely reasonable.
No,
and
that's what I mean.
Cultivated an audience that like enjoys the extreme.
Cannot blame it on the audience that they are too something. He has raised them to be.
Hassan Pike,
Hassan
was yelling at his chat for the Hogwarts thing. He was like,
they are looking in the mirror without realizing it.
Yeah, Hassan was bullied into not playing Hogwarts by his own chat, and he was just like, guys, this is stupid. The game, there's nothing wrong with playing this game. And then they bullied him, and he decided not to play.
It is what he taught them to do. He taught them to
I know.
do it.
I'm not blaming. I'm not. Yeah, these people are crazy, and their communities are their own problem. But yeah, it's. I'm just pointing out a fact of, like, Valsh does say things like that I agree with sometimes when it comes to. The right does the same thing. It's like, I want to ban. Well, I don't want to get super dramatic about like abortion or anything, but like sometimes if you want to move the direction towards your side, sometimes you have to meet in the middle momentarily, and then you can start moving in a direction further than that,
How dare you? Are you telling me that I can't just be extreme and expect everyone to welcome me? Oh my god!
You can if you're Nick Fuentes, you can just do it and then pretend in like a role play as like a mass chunk of this America agrees with you, and when it's not really like maybe 10,000 people.
Yeah.
It's a chunk somewhere.
How dare you? Kanye 2024 is still a thing. Okay, we're gonna pay.
That was such
Hey
a
man,
bizarre.
his Super Bowl
I mean,
computer. The Super Bowl commercial was a hit. It really sold a lot of records. Who knows?
Yeah.
the whole Kanye Nick Fuentes team up was a thing I did not see happening in 2023. I mean, that was a really bizarre team up.
What's up, Zax in the chat? Yeah, that
Hey,
man,
Zach.
that was craziness. I just like
started, God.
I think I've experienced, maybe it's because I'm controversial and like I keep appearing on people's timelines for random. Oh, I also go in a lot of streams. I think I've experienced so many comments of people saying that I'm betraying my conservative values because I went to see like Avatar in theaters, or I bought I'm playing, or I got Starfield at launch because I like Bethesda games because they're funny. Or like I bought Final Fantasy Rebirth after they censored Tifa's like boobs in a cutscene, in a 2-second cutscene from a game I already played 4 years ago. And it's
I mean, the rest of it seems excusable, but that one, I don't know. I don't know. It is weird coming from like the side that supposedly is really for platforming or not deplatforming.
Yeah.
I don't know. Isn't it that they're trying to deplatform these companies that are woke or whatever? Like you're not supposed to buy it. That seems weird if they're calling you like somehow a betrayer.
Part of the problem
actually...
is that what the right needs to wake up and realize is that they're liberals too. Like the liberal
right needs to be consistent.
Well, like not only that, but no. The right is in favor of the Constitution. And the Constitution in America is the most guiding liberal principles there are.
Freedom of association. Right? Yeah.
Well, like not freedom of association necessarily. I mean, we need to have a public square that is able to be accessed by all. And so like companies can't have freedom of association in order to like kick out whoever they want necessarily. I think that the gay cake was a good metric that you can't force somebody to commission artistic work in a direction you don't want. But if somebody has a general item for sale, then you need to be able to provide it to anyone.
Gay cake is
Blaine makes a good point. I would say that like freedom of association is important though, because if you're on the left, where the right would be like, the right would call somebody on the left like based if they said that they don't care if somebody plays Hogwarts Legacy, but that they're personally choosing to boycott it. That's a perfectly legitimate. They're boycotting the game because it goes against their values. They don't like J.K. Rowling, but they don't care if you play it. That is a perfectly legitimate standard, and the right is constantly like applauding those people for being not crazy leftists, but like rational leftists. But then the right, when they do the same thing and say you're not allowed to play Starfield, or else you're a traitor, or you're a communist, or you shouldn't play this game. I'm going to bully you in your own stream until you stop playing this game because it goes against your vow. Then you're just doing the same fucking thing that the left wing does constantly. And they get made fun of for it, even by their own people like Vaush.
Yeah.
So
have you read On Liberty by John Stuart Mill? He was at
No.
So he wrote about freedom of speech and cancel culture back in the 1859.
Yeah. Oh.
And he talks about how important free speech is, and he talks about that freedom of association that you're talking about how you need to let people like live their lives and just care less about like these kinds of
compelling people
things.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
compelling. Yeah, don't compel. And then listening. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Oh my god!
I think,
I just have a. I'm inhaling my vape because I quit smoking.
Oh, okay.
Fuck. But
Lofty also floats.
Lane said something
sparkles.
good. Yeah, yeah. I quit. So I haven't had a cigarette in like 13 days again. It's kind of wild.
Well done.
Congrats. That's tough, man.
Oh, it's tough.
You can
alright.
do it. Keep going.
I know. I'm keeping going.
Positive
but yeah.
affirmations.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. It's just I just can't you can't get away from the controversies though of all these things. Like I don't know what you thought about the Square Enix boycott or problems, but you know,
Well,
I
mean,
it's like censorship. Yeah, it is censorship.
yeah.
But like is there such thing as censorship that's not problematic enough to not to
I
to
think
support?
that more than like it's that positive reinforcement that I was talking about. What we should be doing is that, I mean, whether or not you buy the game is one thing, but if you really like the decisions that a company is making, support their other projects as well. That'll send a clearer message.
Or don't support Forspoken and support Rebirth, because Forspoken sucks ass and Rebirth is innovative and brilliant, you know. So to support the products that are doing a good job, if you want to complain, if you want to boycott,
Like
if you
Stellar
want to,
Blade looks like it's a really compelling game, as well as
Sure.
not censorship friendly.
that's a good. No, you should support those games 100%.
Yeah.
But like I said, is there a censorship where you guys would be okay with still supporting? For example, if
I mean, I guess it depends on your definition, but like if you're going to talk about like moderation or whatever, like yeah, I mean, like you know, like any platform that
Like
has rules, I think like we should have moderation in chat. But
moderation, okay,
I don't know.
that's censorship. But some
For
people
sure.
would disagree with you, and they would call you a pussy. They just would. I'm just saying, there's
Fair
people out
enough.
there that
and they
be
could
like,
go to Rumble, man. They can have that experience.
but
I
I'm
don't know.
saying-
I don't want to get my channel banned, so I'm going to have some moderation. So yeah,
well,
I'll
not
go
just
with
your channel.
a bit of censorship.
Then that brings up the issue of it's your
Not-
community that you're curating. They can go make their platform their community.
I was talking about in a game that's okay. For example, I was talking about like a game that censors your speech, so you can't say certain things, like you can't call your
Battlefield
character.
5, you can type out
call your
white
character
man,
like
or it gets censored, or what do you?
Well,
You can't
you know,
name your
you can't-
Pikachu fart.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't say you can't call your character like Adolf, Bill Cosby, Hitler, you know, or like your Pokemon character. Like that's censorship, but it's like people still support that. You know,
It
putting
could be justified in different ways. Like, for example, if it was an online game, maybe there is an argument there. But if it was just offline, single player only, I don't believe there is a good argument for that. So, yeah,
Sure.
it's
That's a good point.
Okay, that's why I wanted you guys actually to talk about Dragon's Dogma.
Let's go.
Yeah.
DRC policies, here we come.
I'm so far in one direction on this. I might be a little extreme about this one. This might be just because I'm I might have some bias. I think Capcom is the best company in the planet Earth right now. The developers, their development teams. I'll just rattle them off quick: Street Fighter, Devil May Cry, Monster Hunter, Dragon's Dogma, Resident Evil, Monster Hunter Wilds. It's just nonstop brilliant game development. So
I hear what you're saying, but
I'm super biased.
but they
ahead,
blocked the game so that you can't. What is it? Some of the things that are the microtransactions, at least some of them, are things that should be included in the game, or at least be allowed to be modded in.
Okay,
it's less about
the
the
bottom
game.
line. Here's the bottom line. I'll just quickly. I've played the game enough where I know all these things. Everything in the microtransactions is in the game, all of it.
Yeah, this is what Shad was saying.
And number two, it's not microtransactions, it's a DLC pack. Another thing that everybody gets wrong and they have no idea what they're talking. I don't blame
So
him
what-
because
what-
all
so
the
there's no-
articles.
Yeah, because
There-
microtransactions is like
Well,
you can
I
buy
do that. I
little
was-
things. There
Yep.
is in-game
The
currency.
the
That's-
recurring, yeah.
I can
It's
explain it.
recurring, but you can buy
Not
the.
re-
I'm pretty
Well,
sure
let him
that
explain.
It's not
Okay.
reoccurring. It's a DLC pack or the deluxe edition. You get extra items, and that's it. You cannot reoccur purchases on the Steam website. You can't do it. I tried. Can't do it. You buy a fast travel token, and then you try to buy it again, and it doesn't let you. It's literally a DLC pack, and nobody
Well-
knows this because the headlines are all wrong. Everybody's lying to you. The influencers that's supposed to give you the information don't have the information because they don't do the research because they're stupid and they don't do their jobs correctly. And so
Where have you ever seen that before? I wonder.
So if you want to complain about the microtransactions, that's fine, but just know that
That's what I'm here to do all day, every day, baby.
it's-
I hate on bad DLC policy all the time.
yeah, just know that it's not like they're not putting restrictions in the game on purpose to make you spend money. The game would have been that way anyway. The first game was the same way. The fast travel was restricted on purpose as a game mechanic, if that makes sense. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be hard to fast travel in that game.
Yet there would be an argument. My inner bias is screaming that hard should not involve spending money, but okay, sorry.
I mean, maybe it is a little scummy that they're, because maybe people don't know and they don't tell you that the items are in the game. And so, but why would you buy a item if you don't know that it's not in the game?
Because
Like,
it's
I don't
there,
understand.
the option is there. People will do it.
Yeah,
Once
it,
people-
Well,
it is. It's because it's not.
Well,
Well,
that's
the-
your
not
fault.
okay, no. Here's
Yes,
I
but
am
that's
not.
the same. But okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I have an interesting thought. So, Souls games, they don't do difficulty options. If it was, a lot of people would have lowered the difficulty at some point and maybe later regretted it. Just having the option automatically shepherds players in a particular direction, even if you have something else also possible. The just don't do it, it's great, but
Yeah.
it is a game design choice and you're moving people in a particular direction for a very, very solid reason. I just like to point that out. Also,
Yeah.
my personal bias screams that how dare you, From Software is clearly the best company on this planet. Sorry. I'll stop there.
That's fair. That's what
But-
Blaine
but-
said too, and that's fair.
Don't idolize any companies, kids. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't have any heroes. I'm kidding. No, you can have heroes. It's just
Not
when-
companies.
don't meet
Don't
them.
have
Like,
big disembodied financial giants be your heroes. Okay, that's not.
Well, that's a good example. Like Mappa, for example, is people are like, "Oh, Mappa's amazing," but it's actually like just the animation studio, the animation team behind Mappa that works on Kaizen and Attack on Titan. They're amazing. Mappa's scummy, but like, they force their workers to like crunch, and they release unfinished products constantly, and but yeah, you can simp for. Don't simp for a studio, but if you just casually say I like Capcom games, it's not a problem because you do. It's just like or from software.
Kitty up here is a huge Monster Hunter fan.
Oh, I am
Mhm.
too. I love that game.
Yeah, that's what actually made me want to talk about Capcom, because usually Capcom got it so right they get it right with other things, but my experience of them was with Monster Hunter World, and the way that they released DLC, it wasn't paid DLC. That's the thing that's different, is that there was you bought the game, and then there would be events and new monsters and things coming out. You didn't have to pay for that. You would be able to pay for accessories and outfits and emotes and things like that. That's fine. That's an okay thing. But to actually play, you didn't have to until Iceborne. That was the only time that you had to pay for an expansion.
Yeah, and it's a big expansion. It's huge.
Mhm. That's a massive expansion. It's another game. So I left Destiny. I stopped playing Destiny 2 because I started having to pay. Because I was like, excuse me, I've hardly gotten an entire game here, and now you want me to pay for this. And that was before they've now gone to free to pay to play and all of that shit. Yeah.
What do you guys think of cosmetics? Is that okay?
I think that's okay.
One term, like cosmetics for microtransactions.
No, like
Yeah.
or no. Yes. Sorry.
I think I think that
MMO.
I think cosmetics. No, I think cosmetics are fine. I think that
Yeah.
I don't
that can be
understand the
made.
hate.
Yeah.
I don't understand the
there's
hate
no
for it.
in-game
Yeah.
benefit that free to play wouldn't
You're not
be
paying
able
to win. As long as you're not paying to win.
You're not
There are
impacting
some-
the gameplay difficulty or experience as sharply, other than this thing looks this way. Like there is not as much as like you are making different progress. You are harder to combat. Your interaction with a different gameplay mechanic is altered in some way. Like it's much more passive, not as interfering, if that's the right word to use. I think
That's fair.
it's a milder
problem
version
with
that
it-
is much more okay. I think.
The problem
Still, you need
with
to be
it-
careful with it, but it could be pulled off. Sorry, Andrew, go.
I was just gonna say that the problem with it is that I think with the people complaining about outfits and cosmetics for microtransactions or just purchase, if you just want to call it that, is that we were, I think, a little spoiled with how many extras and bonus features we used to get in games, and so people took that as the norm, and now they're seeing it as being able to be purchased as like just scummy behavior. But
Well,
I think
yeah, it's
that
been taken away.
if content, well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think that, what is it? There's a lot of waste that tends to go on in development, and I think that cutting that out would be good. But I don't see that companies looking for ways to enhance the game that take time to code, take time to make, being for purchase to help further development or further support of the game to fund that is a bad thing. Perhaps the prices can be exorbitant, and that's a separate issue, though.
Yeah, pricing for sure. I might have to go. I guess I could. I have to be somewhere.
It's okay. We pop in and out of here constantly, so don't feel the need to like I have to stay the full, I don't know, 4-hour length out of.
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay. This is a very casual environment. Feel free, yes. And people
Yeah.
hop in
Thank
all
you
the
for
time
coming.
to like tell people they are wrong or anything. So yeah, of course.
And just lastly, like with Dogma specifically, I just wanted to clarify the microtransaction thing because it's technically a DLC pack, and also it's a single player game. I'm just being honest. I don't care what other people do in their single player games. If they want to have a fast travel, like a 5 extra fast travel tokens, cool. Like it doesn't even help you beat the game faster. It's just because there's exploration is heavy in this game, so you can use all of them up and then still, you can speed run the game without them. And anyway, it just doesn't bother me. It just doesn't bother me at all.
I hear what you're. It wouldn't bother me anyway either if it wasn't for the fact that I feel like companies are doing things to rob people of their free will and take their money. Like Skinner boxes are real, and I don't think that Skinner boxes are ethical.
Well, wait, I don't know what that is.
Okay, so it's related to a psychology experiment where they developed a system of incentives in order to get people to perform certain actions, and something like and so you can do this with lots of games will do this with purchasing like your ability to continue moving, right? Like to continue playing the game.
Yeah.
And then like you earn a certain amount of move tokens anyway, but if you want more, then you have to purchase them. And so they designed the game to hook you into the gameplay.
Mobile games for all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And so
Pokemon
these are Skinner boxes, and I feel like what ends up happening is that they're designed to rob people of their free will, and I think that's unethical.
Fair. That's fair. I don't think Capcom designed Dogma around microtransactions. I think they designed the game the way it is, and then some company executive was like, we had during the testing, a lot of people were asking if they could have more of these, and the developers like, no, this is my vision. So the company said, well, we're gonna put them on the store then. Fuck you. So I think it was an executive decision, not a developer decision, and I don't think the game
Sure.
was designed around it. Just if that makes sense. You could just
Sure.
say executives are scummy for sure, and whoever runs the store is scummy.
Yeah.
Or, but yeah,
That's my general opinion.
that's fair. And Dogma. Oh, the problem with Dogma though is potentially de novo, the performance issues, the one save file, which is a problem, which is getting fixed. You know, those are the real problem. The real problems, I think.
Oh, okay. So that isn't a you pay to unlock multiple save file, because that's just
No, you don't. The only thing you can pay to do is buy a character edit thing, but
yeah,
the game was,
and that
the game was designed so that you are not supposed to edit your character frequently because they want you to like experience like your character as like part of yourself. It's just a game mechanic. In the game, it's like 10,000 for a character edit, and it's like, yeah, that might be a dumb idea, but they want you to like be more connected with your character, so they prevent you from being able to edit it so frequently. It's literally a game mechanic. It's not a monetization thing.
I just don't like the monetization part of the thing.
Yeah, that's okay.
you would
That's
need it. You would prefer it to be like something that you
Unlock with a story element, or it's a
this.
secret, or and
Yeah.
like, that's what
Yeah.
my game design
Just-
brain is immediate, like make
just
it
have it in
then
the-
make
No,
it then hard
It
to
could be
achieve.
like
How I
becoming
see
a
it-
vampire in Skyrim or something, and you have to go
Specifically
and do that
with
when you
these
do
kind,
that.
yeah. Specifically with these kinds of things, I view it more like from the modding perspective. Like these should be mods that people put into
sure.
their game or not put into their game. But I don't think
Sure.
that, like with Bethesda, like having all of their paid mods that like are exorbitant.
Minecraft.
And yeah,
Minecraft
and
is the same thing.
so
Well, actually, Minecraft has two different versions, but yeah,
Yes, the fake one and the real one. The Java one, which was the original, and then they renamed it Minecraft Java, and the non-original to just Minecraft to drive people into that one, because that one has a bunch of microtransactions in it.
Yeah, it does.
Harder to mod and runs on a completely different system. Yeah, Minecraft is a very unique beast, literally programmed differently. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's just, you guys can continue that conversation. I'll listen to.
Yes, and don't
on
feel
the
the
way.
need to stick around out of respect if you need to go. Feel free to leave.
Thanks for coming
thanks for
on,
joining us, man.
Lofty.
It was awesome to meet you.
No problem, guys.
And it was cool to chat with you.
And
You
we
too,
didn't
I'll-
talk about Barbie, so there you go, Lucifer. We did it.
I'll have to come on
Hey,
sometime in
Barbie
the
is
future
best.
again and chat about something else. It was fun.
my favorite movie of last year. Well, it's a toss
Oppenheimer.
between Barbie and Godzilla.
Barbie was more.
My three were Oppenheimer, Oppenheimer, Boy and the Heron, and oh boy,
I never saw that, but I want
Anatomy
to.
of a
But I
Fall.
just
You
Yeah.
poor things, you.
That one was awesome. Yeah, poor things.
Poor
was pretty
things.
nice, man.
poor things. Yeah.
Okay, let the
is
man
okay.
go.
Now you're baiting me because movies. That's my passion is movies. So now you're baiting me.
Oh,
I gotta go.
Well, he's the
Yeah, we'll
box
talk
office
about-
guy.
Well, what-
we should set up a
We'll
debate or
talk.
something.
We'll
Yeah.
talk
Okay,
movies
well,
another
we are
time.
because Charles was very
I
well
watched-
behaved. Yeah.
I watched
Yeah.
I watched so many movies. Yeah, now I'm back in. No, I watched a ton of movies last year. Like Anatomy of a Fall is the most underrated movie of the year, but that's
It is awesome, man. That performance is. You can see why it was definitely nominated.
is that the French
Oh.
language one?
yes.
Yes.
She's so fucking good. But yeah, that's a great script and everything. But we'll talk about movies.
Yeah, if you like that one, check out Red Rooms. That one was awesome too.
I'll check that out. Sweet. Okay, bye everybody.
See you
Okay,
soon.
thanks, bye. Nice.
Everyone,
I think
quickly talk
everyone
shit
is
about
already-
quickly talk shit about him while it's not
Now
here.
that he's
I'm
gone,
sorry.
we can say no. Now that he's
talk
gone,
nice
we can talk
about
nice
him.
about him.
Yeah,
We
say
can say
some-
nice things about him. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a
now you
focus-
can say nice things
focus
about it. Don't say it
Oh.
to his face; it would go to his head though.
Well, we
That's
have
okay.
got other topics to get to. We spoke
Indeed.
a lot about the video games. So the next topic, if we are all ready, is Candace.
Oh
Owens.
yes,
This
here
is-
comes the serious
this
politics
is-
again.
It does
think I left my
relate to
oven
the
on.
whole hypocrisy thing. So yeah.
Yeah,
No.
it kind of
Left
fits
it
in the
right.
same thing. There's some free speech issues as well. It segues
Yeah.
in nicely.
So
Candace
we have
Owens Has been.
We have a
Yeah.
Has been.
this has been
Removed
has
from
been.
Daily Wire. I'm
Oh,
going to
oh.
finish the sentence.
Oh, I thought you were just ending it there with
Yeah.
has been.
I,
It was like,
Still
wow.
works.
Well, because he's
He was,
Okay, so we have a lovely clip from courtesy
an
of
11-minute long clip. Yes.
Ray Poupet. He's made
It's kind of a
us
super cut.
Yes.
We don't
Yeah.
necessarily have to go through everything, but this goes through everything in this thing that kind of happened. So, yeah.
Okay,
From a bunch of sources.
So just let me know if you can hear this. This should be fine, I think.
We
Everybody,
can hear
let's
it.
jump right into this. A very exciting episode for you today. Here in my hands, I am holding an article that was published by PJ Media. The title is Let's Be Honest. Candace Owens is a Jew-hating bigot. It was written by a rabbi, Rabbi Michael Barclay. So I read this article, and honestly, there are only two options here. Either this rabbi is genuinely ignorant of everything that I have ever said, in which case I'm happy to clarify it because he will be joining us on today's episode. Or the other option is he's completely aware of the things that I have said, and he is just a monster. I'm excited to find out when we sit down here with
Damn.
Rabbi
Them
Barclay.
surviving words.
I am Team God.
So they
Okay,
did
I'm
have a
Team
debate
God.
on that episode. If you
Okay.
do want to go see it, you can watch that. But that's kind of the controversy. She's been accused ever since the war kind of broke out or I guess the horrendous act of terror broke out, that she has been kind of unsupportive. So there's been articles that were kind of behind that, and that she's used kind of hate speech against them. So she last week on the 18th debated that guy, and then on the 19th, this is her final appearance.
I mean,
Thanks, Multi.
the accusations regarding the act of terror, or her response to the act of terror, is that she was making passive-aggressive comments.
For sure.
From
And
an
those are included
antagonistic
next.
point of
We
view.
should have most of her tweet.
Great.
Okay, yeah, because I'm in the dark about this. Exactly her. I think I subbed to her, but I don't watch.
I'll give you some general
regularly.
background history after this is done. Some spicy.
I think that one day we are all going to have to account for the things that we have done and the things that we have said. And I want to make sure that I am not a person that is parroting lies. Fear of losing your job, encouraging some people to spit out lies, I don't think that works in the end, right? I think you've got to check your priorities. And so with that said, I want to thank everybody who has been on this journey with me, people that have supported me. I mean, I'm not going to go away. I'm going to use my God-given voice to talk about the things that are important for me. I'm just asking to be left alone, or at least just report the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today. But don't worry, because we will see you tomorrow for a brand new episode.
Better do it from your home
She did
studio,
not.
am I right? What's this
Wait,
wide
so
shot?
wait,
What is
whoa, whoa.
this?
Hold up. So she said we'll see you for another episode. So it wasn't known that this was her last episode.
Nope.
Yes, it was
Doesn't
very
seem like-
unexpected. So they did expect her
Whoa.
back the next day. So that was the 18th. So that was last Monday when that
Mhm.
show aired. And then she was supposed to be back. And then they announced last Friday that she was fired. And she just wasn't on for a few days in between
her-
the announcement.
What's up,
And
AJ?
Her terminology was kind of cryptic, like she almost kind of knew.
For
it
sure.
did seem
Yes,
and that's why I
yeah,
wanted
that's
to
why
kind of
I
include
was
that.
surprised. That's why I was
So,
surprised at her at whether it was known or not known, because it sounded like she was
Mhm.
signing off, and then she goes, we'll see you for another episode tomorrow." It's like,
Can I be a moron?
That's why I
for a
wanted to
second?
include that. It doesn't seem like it was
me first.
well
I'm the
known
moron.
for sure. And there was more of it. I
Fine.
cut it down to just like those last few statements in that episode, but it's kind of full of that. So yeah, you can check out those two episodes, but actually in between those, she had another episode that was up and she made some more accusations, and that one's just gone. You can't see that one at all.
Oh,
But
Wow.
there's some theories out there that episode is actually why she's gone and not this other thing. But she has been known kind of since the war kicked off to be in a, I guess, kind of battle or confrontation with Ben Shapiro. So yeah,
Okay, so what
I
was
grabbed
the
a bunch of
moron
clips
thing?
from. Sorry, what was that?
please finish, Gray. Please finish.
I was going to say, I grabbed a bunch of clips from Allie Beth Stuckley, who kind of went back in time, back to November, and kind of grabbed a bunch of the tweets. So she'll kind of explain it. But well, she'll read the tweets, but I kind of cut her out of explaining it so we can kind of experience it. But yeah, she's going to kind of walk us through the history on this.
So a question, how many ghosts are on the couch? Because otherwise I don't know what the wide angle shot is for.
I think to show her iPad. And how else would you
maybe
see
the camera
that
will
wall
rotate,
behind her?
okay? Maybe it will zoom in or something.
Candace
He
is
only
there
has
in
so many
spirit.
fixed cameras.
Candace
Sorry.
is there in spirit. She's sitting on the couch. You see where that microphone is? It's for the tweet that she reads out. Yeah.
The invisible friend.
It's a symbolist. There's symbolism that she's in the room. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, more on Takeover.
One of the ghosts has a mic.
X, formerly
True.
known as Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, on Sunday. The trending phrase coincided with both
change.
Palm Sunday and
Damn it, Charles, you made me so irritated with this. I'm trying to listen to the woman and I'm like, why haven't they changed the angle?
Who are
Yeah.
you talking to, woman?
conservative commentator.
There we go.
and
Yes.
the Daily Wire. On Friday, Daily Wire CEO Jeremy
Okay, hold on, this-
commenting phrase
sorry.
coincided with as Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, on
I'm
Sunday.
feeling it change.
The trending
Changing.
phrase
Go.
coincided with both Palm Sunday and the split between conservative commentator
Yes!
Candace Owens
There we go.
and the Daily Wire. On Friday, Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring tweeted Daily Wire and Candace Owens have
Oh my
ended
fucking God, they went
their
back to Pi.
relationship. So now she tweeted on November 3rd. So this is about a month after the original Hamas attack on Israel. She tweeted, "No government anywhere has a right to commit genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit
Israel's
controversial
not
to state."
committing a genocide.
Probably not
I
controversial.
assume that she's
Followed
referring to
of
Israel
these
in this.
statements
Yes.
about Israel.
Yeah, so saying
Sorry
that
for the interruption. She's one of those people that is utterly convinced that Israel is committing genocide when, if you look at the evidence of
not.
their action, it doesn't fit the criteria of the genocide. Even some of the very watered down definitions of genocide that some are using out there. Yeah, sorry to kind of say that, but I'm
so yeah,
And
it's-
Sure.
it's-
and tweeting that right after what happened is clearly purposeful, right?
yeah,
Well,
as with
it's-
most
gonna
of what
follow
she
it up
does,
with
but
a
I'm going to
meaning.
critique her later enough. So yeah, this fits into a pattern of behavior that I would like to discuss once we are done with these clips, because I have things to say about it.
I'm looking
Unfortunately,
out
I
for
do
this
not
page.
like Candace Owens. I'm sorry. Yes, the
I
book
think-
has its own couch. It looks like she's
think that's a
talking to a
cool- I think it's
book
a
or
cool
the air
thing.
or something. It's like Joe Biden is there in
Food court.
spirit. Okay.
I think that's a cold take, though, Hydra, about Candace Owens.
I want to. I have things to say. That's all I'm going to
Hero
say.
says, "I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful, without a doubt. I think her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been
Dinosaur is so cute
ridiculous."
in the
who's talking? Yeah, it's cute. Who's
So this is Ben
saying what
Shapiro.
she's reading? Okay.
Ben Shapiro is saying this in response. So he said it in a speech and it was caught on cell phone video. I probably should have just tracked down the clip instead of using her saying it. But so it was kind of an infamous clip. And then everyone is assuming that Candace Owens was directly responding to that when she does her next tweet. But this is Ben
Okay.
Shapiro saying that it was shameful and she's a pseudo-intellectual, basically.
Ben Shapiro looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think so. Bit of improvement.
Eyebrows on fleek.
And he called her commentary on Israel disreputable. So as that video was circulating, again, this was in November, she tweeted on November 14th, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men
Yeah, those
shall
are the people
revile
that got
you
killed
and
by
persecute
Hamas, by the
you,
way.
and shall
That's the
say all
October
manner of
7
evil
attack
against
was
you falsely
targeting
for
our
my
children.
sake." She says, "No one can serve two
The
masters.
peacemakers, I
Either you
mean.
will hate one and love the other, or you will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and money." She follows up to that, says, "Christ is king," etc.
It's
So, Candace, if you
important not to
feel that taking money from the
conflate
Daily
what
Wire
she
Oh,
is
somehow-
saying with when she is saying it and the context in which she is saying it.
Yes, very important. And so sorry for interrupting. But yeah, it's this in and of itself, in a vacuum, a bunch of people would be like, "Yeah, Bible quote, me like he," or like, but what, when, in response to what and how she is doing it, it is the equivalent. It is clearly signaling something.
Yeah.
You might
Well,
disagree by what it is, but also
It's not clearly signaling, I wouldn't
Because
say,
it happened-
but I think that it is a reasonable take that it is signaling.
I mean, look at
Yeah,
the
sorry,
date.
it shouldn't have
Look
used
at
the
the
word clearly,
timestamp. Look
because
who
but yeah.
he's talking to. Of course, it's specifically directed or born of the events that were happening at the time.
Yeah, it's very clear to me. Like maybe somebody because of how widespread obviously the news is, how big of an issue it is, how much of a talking point it is. It's very hard to remove it from the context. If you would
If she
literally
had said
have
it
to
3
have
years
not
ago,
known.
we wouldn't be having this
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah, exactly. So the context is very, very into it. You can't remove it. Because that's exactly it's just why she's talking about it. So she is taking a certain stance. Yeah, it's there it is. Okay, so Candace, if you feel like taking money from Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means quit. Woo! They're having this tip out in the open. Like, stop.
And if you look, there's like 27 million views on this. It's kind of been going on since November, so this does go back a ways.
No, I do dislike people who know each other and can talk to each other in real life, hashing things out in
You're
public
making
on
this a
Twitter.
spectacle. Yeah, it has that feeling of like, what are you doing here? Like, what is the goal really? Like, are you just here to make it look something online?
I mean, it's
or are you
good for,
actually
it's
hashing
good for
it? Like,
Twitter, but
yeah, it just arises doubts within me. Yeah.
What? Wait, doubts? Are you saying that this is done for a purpose?
No, but
like
it
it's done
invokes the
deliberately?
possibility of like, hey, they might just be doing it online for an ulterior reason, or I don't
it
I don't
invites
believe
suspicion.
it, but yes, exactly. That's the. Thank you for spelling it better
might
than
not-
I
maybe
ever
it's-
could.
yeah.
It opens up possibilities that are not pleasing.
Okay, it's continue.
Between you and God, by all means, quit. Okay, shots fired. Candace responds to that by saying, you have been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now. And we have all had to sit back and allow it and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. Wow. But
I love
you
that they do this
cross a
over the
certain
internet.
line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it. So
This is crazy.
So she does have this plausible deniability that's like, no, I was just saying scripture.
Yes,
You're
exactly.
I don't
reading
buy
into
it.
this because she didn't respond directly to him. So there
It's
is a
the
bit that
plausible
people have to read
deniability,
into it,
yeah.
but it's heavily implied.
Are there no
It's heavily
conference
implied
rooms at
because
Daily
of-
Wire?
Yeah, you can
Good
go
question.
I've had
Well, okay, so
I've
this
fought with people
actually
at work in conference rooms. Yeah,
that's a
just go and
good
have an
that's a
argument
good
over there.
Yeah.
that's a good point. Is bringing that up, Charles. That is actually why I quit my Funimation subscription back in the day. Is that when the Vic Mignogna stuff was happening online, and the people involved in it were being very vocal on Twitter, it felt very unprofessional from the Funimation side. Like, why is Funimation not like shutting this down? That like they're
It seems like an
mudslinging on
HR
Twitter.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it left a bad taste in my mouth, so I ended up like canceling my subscription and noting that on the why are you canceling your subscription page.
Because you're drama.
Well, yeah, the drama
Not you,
the drama was the drama was unappealing,
Right.
and I let
I get it.
let the company know that.
Well, you see that goes back to our discussion about Capcom and all of that. Boycotting is it is well, it's not boycotting. Boycotting is like trying to get other people to do it. It's just you make the moral decision that you don't want to support that. You want to show the company in some way. Because remember, the first thing that Lofty said is like everybody has a different line. So that was a line for you that they crossed, and that put you off enough. It was, there is a certain line that everybody just has that they can't, like Doritos or something had they had a trans influencer who turned out to be a predator or something, and people are like, boycott Doritos, and I'm like, Doritos did nothing wrong, because I love Doritos. I'm not gonna think that way. I'm like, it's just chips. That they were stupid. The marketing department of them were stupid. They didn't check out this person. That's it. So that was a different line for people. They were all doing different boycotting things, and I really don't think Doritos is.
Well,
is
I don't think I'm alone in saying things like StreamYard sucks, YouTube sucks, but there's no other game in town. And it has nothing to do with politics. It's just I need to use the service, but there's no alternative. So
Yeah.
get wrecked, I guess.
Get wrecked.
Sucks to suck.
So going back to this over here, we've got one thing that Benjamin said here is that, and he takes her comments as directed at him when it wasn't. But it's very hard in this context to remove them from being directed at Israel. That's the thing.
There
Like,
is
she
a
taking
certain amount
certain-
of, like, I don't know if you want to call it like deniability, like built into, like, she didn't tag them directly, and you do have to read into it like a tiny bit, which is kind of her thing. That's one of my issues with Candace. She's kind of done that a lot in the past. But yeah,
We have
like she does have a defense on this that, like, no, I was
hear what
never
you're
talking about you. You're reading into this.
Benjamin here has a different take. That he thinks it's reasonable that Candace Owens was responding to Easter holiday and the culture war in general, and not necessarily a dig at either
So
Daily
maybe
Wire
her
or
new
Superhero.
ones. The first one that she said, Christ is King, was November, I think, 18th or something. So it wouldn't be due to Easter, but we haven't gotten to why it was trending this last weekend, which she got fired on Friday, and then it sort of trended over the weekend. But yeah, she does have some more recent ones as well. But yeah, I think there's a certain amount of deniability built into a lot of what she says. And I don't know. I think the problem is people do have to read into it a bit, but
I think that the big broad takeaway that I think everyone can see is that this should have been handled earlier and internally at Daily Wire.
yeah. And the other thing I forgot to mention, I think they are in different states, so it's not like they're in the same building or anything like that.
Well, you can do a
Yeah,
Zoom
we'll
call.
still do it on a Zoom call.
For sure,
Jesus.
for sure. For sure. But if they're not even willing
Nah,
to
the only
like,
option
talk
is
to
just
each other.
Fight on the internet
I don't
in
know.
front of everyone. You know, yeah, that's no other possibilities. We got a box publicly. Let's go. Creator clash. Challenge each other to fight. That's the only way to solve our differences.
Okay, so let's continue.
Okay, let's move forward.
People did see that Christ is King, that she says, as a retort to Ben and his Jewishness. I don't think
That's a bit out there.
that she would accept that interpretation of what, partly because of the association that the phrase has with someone named Nick Fuentes. Now,
Getting out that we got to get rid of Jewish power in America. We are here to say that America is not a Jewish nation. America is a Christian nation.
Somebody doesn't read the Constitution.
So the chant that they're doing right there is also Christ is King.
This reminds me of a cutscene out of Command and Conquer when the evil villain is reaching to the crowd.
Sure, this doesn't look like a hero. This
Yes,
definitely.
No, yeah.
It reminds me of the nod Cain lives in Pev's chant of the anyone who gets that reference will see. If anyone played the Tiberian Sun, it's oh my god, this invokes very bad imagery. You don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Why is there a helix behind him? What is he talking about?
Because
I think
angel wings,
genetic
Yes.
superiority. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that. Oh my god, Jesus.
Christ is the king of the world, and Christ must be king in America. Must be the king of America.
ADL,
His microphone
the
sucks.
anti-defamation
It's
True.
Okay. We're fine with, I'm okay with not hearing him.
Yeah,
not
for
fun.
sure. But the main thing was he was using that rhetoric. He is kind of associated with that rhetoric, and it was trending this last weekend for some reason. So good times.
Defamation League, which they tweeted out, white supremacist and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes is praising Candace Owens' vitriolic anti-Semitism. It's hardly surprising, but it does set off alarm bells. When bigoted people come together to push anti-Semitic agenda, it adds fuel to the fire of hate. By saying,
Okay, well, that's like now just, I don't know the association between the two, but now just because he's coming out to support her, that, like, I think it's even happened with Anna Kasparian. I remember people would like
100%.
Ben Shapiro at one point, like,
how did you
said something,
platform
he
him?
agrees with her, and she got so irritated because he spoke to her.
The issue is,
and she does have a response next, and she does say there's no association. But sorry,
as long as it's only like someone who is like, oh, I endorse your message out of your fan base or something, with big enough followings, it is inevitable that there will be extremists who do that in one way or another. Like the famous Nazis in PewDiePie's audience, for example. If you take a large enough cut, there will always be terrible individuals. But the problem truly arises when there is a back and forth connection and something's going on between them. Then it's sort of like, is there no such thing?
I guess there is like a slight connection. It would be Kanye. Like at one point he was favorable with Candace, and at one point he was favorable with Fuentes, but he is no longer favorable with either of them. So I don't know. That's a tentative connection at best. But
I kind of don't like how Kanye got used. Maybe it's just
for sure.
I do not know Nick Fuentes, but you already know that. What I do know is that everyone can see what you guys are doing to me. Your pattern is well established and the world is waking up to it. My crime is having stood up for myself against your network of smears. Outright Muslims and non-believers saying this as a slam to Jews. Christ is king. Andrew Tate, who is a Muslim, he said, as a Muslim...
Oh, motherfucker, this association is something I want to talk about once this clip is done. This, that Candace allied herself with the red pillars as a traditional conservative. You have no fucking spine, you coward. If you call yourself a traditional conservative, a Christian, and you tie yourself to a fucking rumor and his network of sex trafficking, you spit on every idea, you tear to endorse. You're no better than all of the, I'm a liberal, I'm a socialist, I want everyone to be free and democratic and loved, and then they ally themselves with fucking Hamas. You have zero spine, you're a fucking coward, and you're this, I'm sorry, I lost it. I lose that these people who all day, every day argue about like, oh, we have to get rid of grooming and whatever, trans grooming, etc., this and that. These are my principles. This is what I want to do with the world. And then as soon as they find somebody who has some power that they like, that they are using against an opposition they too dislike, they throw it all to the wind, like piss in the wind. They don't care about it anymore. Just smash the opposition. Those guys we both hate. We gotta destroy them, right? I don't care if you are literally everything I claim to hate publicly. I will support you in every step of the way to destroy those that I like. Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm sorry. I hate these people who don't just... How fucking dare you? Seriously. I'm sorry, I'm done. That's it.
And to be fair, I don't think she has aligned herself with any of these people. They just kind of jumped on the bandwagon, so to speak. Everyone kind of was tweeting this out. But people do it for different reasons, and they're going to kind of explain coming up.
Yes, alleged sex trafficker, although he self-admitted to me numerous times. We have entire hours-long compilation of just him admitting to everything. And when I compilation, I don't mean clip champs. I have
9 million are still wanting to see what he has to say. Like, I don't know.
Listen, I have enough. I have seen enough to be able to judge this person. In my opinion, okay, they have once. I'm sorry. There is so much evidence against them, and they have even admitted to it so many times that I'm just. I truly like. I cannot. Even if you aren't, you played yourself. I'm sorry. Like once you just admit to all of it, even the best lawyers will have a very hard time saving you, man. And listen, even if it turns out that Andrew Tate is actually completely innocent of everything somehow, and all of the proof we have seen so far are all completely false lies or not relevant, even then, I will have zero sympathies for this person because of how they behave. I'm sorry. and that those that claim to oppose everything he stands for, all of the gambling, all of the drugs, all of the sex porn industry, all of the shaping young girls into becoming his toys, and that is what they must be, all of that, the ones that most claim to, we have to have a strong family, we have to raise children right, are the ones that ally themselves with him. It is fucking annoying.
Ooh.
What would you
Anyway.
call a pimp who uses their influence to cause sport?
I'm hoping it's a
Depends on
setup
how
for a
they
joke.
do.
Somebody said it's fair for Tate to be a pornographer, even a pimp, but not a sex trafficker. I hope you know what a pimp is and what sex trafficking is, because I don't understand.
I think it's pretty fair to say
don't
that
know
he engaged in some form of sex trafficking, or
Thank you.
supported it, or wanted to create it, or wanted to take part in a
He
ring
facilitated,
performing such an
yeah.
act at this point, based on the evidence. I think it's fair to say that his hands are very much not clean. I'm sorry.
And
And
I know, I don't know the exact like laws in Romania or anything like that. Like, you know, sex work may be legal, and if so, they may want the protection of somebody else. So I don't know, that part may be legal, but yeah, I think it
Listen.
would be hard to justify it. I hope somebody doesn't choose to do that, but you know.
On my travels from America to the UK, I brought a kilo of cocaine with me. I'm not trafficking. I'm just an
Based.
enthusiast of drugs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, personal use.
Christ is king, and I pray Christianity regains its strength and protects its societies against the pervasive and constant erosion of morality by the devotees of Satan. If you accept everything, you stand for nothing. Dylan pointed
very
out,
basic
posted
stuff,
this,
not saying much.
he posted
Sorry to interrupt again. Very politician speak, if you notice. He didn't say anything precise, because then it wouldn't have been able to interpret it in multiple different ways by his followers.
So many
Politicians speak. It's like Trump saying "Make America Great Again," or Obama saying "Hope and Change."
Jeez.
It's like not much. Sorry. What do you mean? Can you go in deeper or something?
No, there's so many tweets, so many images. Oh, look, there's 3 separate things there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a
And
transition.
I can't
It's
I
a
can't
little-
believe I didn't
Conceptual
notice
tweeting.
the actual. It took me a long time to notice the one that's screenshotted. So I was looking at the. Not everyone is hiding what they mean by it very well. And then I read
yeah.
the picture and I was like, Jesus.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I thought that it is a transition, and the middle one will grow bigger, and it's like it's a different
No.
section of tweet we wanna. But no, I just realized yes, it
It's
is
a
a
reply.
screenshot of a tweet inside a tweet. Sorry, my brain, it fell into an optical illusion for some reason. I didn't realize what I was looking at for a second. Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah, like this is really like.
It gets
there is
worse.
the. Oh no. Okay.
Oh my God, Benjamin, you can't be
Not
serious.
everyone
Paying
is
women to
hiding.
voluntarily
Continue
do a
fighting.
job is employment, even if that work is being a cam girl. No shit. If that was what had happened, far fewer people would have had problems with it.
I
It's
think that may
fine.
be to the pimp thing. Like technically,
can't-
that might still be pimping out women online, where that does seem more moral than actually doing it in
Listen,
real
if
life.
that were
but
the case,
enough.
I would have a moral argument against it. But because that's not just the case, I have both moral and legal arguments against it. That's the place. Sorry. I'm sorry to say,
It's all
if you
good,
were just
man. I
running a
get it.
cam girl
It's
agency, it would have been a lot less fuss. I believe that is exactly what's happened. I don't know. Maybe you should look at some things that have been analyzed by legal experts and properly essentially validated as real pieces of evidence. It might change your mind.
For sure. And it technically hasn't
All right.
gone through court fully. So I guess we won't know until everything is, out there. And will it ever be released? Who knows? But
Oh yeah, that's a
All right.
completely different story. We can only look at what we see, but what we have seen so far is very bad for Mr. Tate.
Okay.
Sorry. Side tangent over. Please
And
go.
very
My
well.
apologies.
And the screenshot is Christ is king, you nasty Jew. Joel Berry, also of the Babylon Bee, tweeted out someone's tweet, Christ is king, you Zionist slime. Jake Shields says, is saying Christ is king anti-Semitic? And then Isabella Moody, now maybe she would say that she was joking about this. She says, hopefully that's why I say it. And
That's very Christian of you. Really, it's great.
Then you've got
Christ is a
classically
Jew.
Abby. That's Ben Shapiro's sister. She's a very sweet woman that just talks about motherhood and modesty. And
Oh.
she posted a picture of her with her baby, and someone responded, "Nice nose. Careful you don't poke the baby's eyes out." because Christ is
Jesus!
an anti-Jewish trope. Also, Christ is king.
So Jason Whitlock, a Christian conservative commentator, tweeted, "I'm asking this sincerely. I'm a student of life. I'm not that smart. There are many things I do not know. This is a sincere question without snark or sarcasm or trolling. How
I
is saying
appreciate
Christ is king anti-Semitic?
that.
When did this become
Intention.
true? Is it true?" But
Yeah, it's
So this
become
is the
true.
Humanist Report now. I grabbed these clips from there, but so it started trending. So then this guy, in all honesty, wanted to know, okay, why is this supposedly wrong? And fair enough. So the Daily Wire then had a response.
Jeremy Boring responded, saying, "How is saying Christ is king anti-Semitic? The same way anything becomes anti-Semitic, when it is used for the purpose of expressing anti-Semitism. It's like asking, how does a shovel become a murder weapon when it is used to murder someone? This isn't hard. A shovel is not innately a murder weapon. Saying Christ is king is not innately anti-Semitic. It's all about how a thing is used." He later adds, "Additionally,
correct.
saying Christ is king for an evil purpose, like using it as a weapon to express your hatred or disdain for Jews, is a grave sin.
Thank you.
It
plainly
is
violates
correct again. As a non-religious person, I'm just pointing out that this man's saying. I agree with this.
No,
person
but like
so
it just
far.
doesn't make logical sense because you're not Christians are not supposed to be hateful. Sorry, and also there is just that whole fact that Christ was a Jew. That relax yourselves.
Commandment, thou shalt not carry forth the name of the Lord thy God in vain." Now, in response, reactionaries and neo-Nazis had a pretty predictable response. For example, Christian conservative dingbat Melanie Mack and neo-Nazi Jake Shields both responded by just saying
pause.
Christ is king.
Melanie Mack, I have to say it quickly before we move off. Sorry for interrupting yet again. Melanie Mack, this person is doing content, sometimes about games, sometimes about other stuff with her, some of her body parts hanging out, not ass or anything like that, but very short clad clothing, very cute little, I'm a gamer girl, look at me outfit kind of style, with tattoos, everything. I have zero problem with any of this, by the way. But then she goes in and says that, I don't want to paraphrase, she advocates for living in a theocracy, basically. That would be preferable, is what she said. At some point, maybe she changed her mind. But girl, in a theocracy, you would fly out the window so fucking fast. I'm sorry. Like all of the scantily clad clothing, or the little bits, the whole showing this and that and having tattoos. I'm sorry. I understand that you dislike what is going on, but if you truly lived in a theocracy, you would go to the pyre very quickly. I'm sorry. That's not the way to change what you don't like. My bad. That's my critique of Melanie Mack.
Is Melanie Mack
she doesn't know
using
what
it
the
in that
theocracy
way?
is.
Is she using it in that way?
It's kind of hard to tell. So this guy painted her as, I can't remember exactly what he said, but then he called Jake Shields a neo-Nazi. This guy is he's being very loose with his definitions, if you will. He's really painting a narrative on these two. So I'm not sure exactly the way that she meant it.
I used to follow Melanie Mack for a while. I never got the impression she was anti-Semitic. Christ is King seems like something she would say
because she's
whenever.
yeah.
Because she's Christian, yeah.
I'm looking at pictures. She doesn't seem very Christian.
She's done Bible readings.
My
I mean,
okay, that's
yeah.
it.
She
don't judge a book by the
Bible.
cover.
True.
There's not much of a cover.
No,
Stop.
it's a thin
listen,
one for
not
sure.
everyone has seen her streams. Okay, that's not gonna be. Okay. Not everyone is gonna see or agree with that. But
I'm here to be a moron.
I'm not inherently like, oh, boo, Melanie Mack or something. I just think that she is misguided when she talks about wanting to live in a theocracy. That's my critique of this person. I don't know much else about like her specific history or what she may have done in the past. I know this little, and based on that, I have this opinion. That's it.
Well, and then do keep in mind, I grabbed this from the Humanist Report. They're pretty far left. Where I kind of grabbed the other one from
bias you have to be aware of with these people.
Ali Beth Stuckley from the right. So I was hoping it would kind of even out. But yeah, he definitely is going to. Did I say it wrong? Yeah, Ali Beth Stuckey. Sorry, from the Blaze for that previous part. So I grabbed this from the Humanist Report, and I think I have the Hill coming up as well. But they have their own opinions that they put in a little bit of this.
Sorry, I just saw the
Hydra got
I
excited,
was-
man. It's awesome. We love it.
Always
I
very
talked
excited
to-
to see your input.
I worked, talk too much, talk too fast,
Dorkus,
talk
what'd
too
you
much,
say?
everything, I know.
I said I'm always very excited to hear Darling's input.
Again, we know what they mean by it. Right-wing grifter Kim Iverson said that the statement was anti-Christian, and blue check user DV said that this is leftist logic, while the Blaze
hold on,
TV's
I wanna go
Lauren
back
and blue check user by it. Right-wing grifter
Right-wing grifter, is that how you introduce? Okay, is the famous neo-Nazi right-wing grifter. I understand that this person has established these views before, but well, maybe I wouldn't have done better in this place if I shared his views in this presentation. But it's little, you throw away the possibility of. Can you try it a bit differently? I'm sorry. I just don't like how it's just every single presentation like bad person says, good person says, bad person says, good person says. I think it's too simple.
Just say person says, person says.
Or say that they are known for maybe that could be dishonest,
even
of
they-
course. But yeah,
I mean, he's a bit
Yeah.
hyperbolic, I suppose.
I can. What I'm trying to say is I can sense that something could have been done better here. That is what I'm trying to say. My apologies. It's improvement, maybe. I don't know. Sorry, not an expert. That's it.
Kim Iverson said that the statement was anti-Christian, and blue check user DV said that this is leftist logic, while the Blaze TV's Lauren Chen was trying to nuance troll him, I guess, by implying that he didn't think it was possible to use the term in a non-anti-Semitic way, even though he didn't say that if you read the full post or even what we read. And the Quivering responded by suggesting that the Daily Wire was going to war with Christians. So on one hand, it's frustrating to see right-wingers deliberately misconstrue the point that he's trying to make, because they do that all the time to people on the left. But on the other hand, the Daily Wire has purposefully cultivated a far-right evangelical
And you do that to
audience
the
that
right
includes
as well,
a
but
lot of
okay.
Nazis. So to me, this is a matter of them having to lie in the bed that they made for themselves, right?
Journalist Barry Weiss
Yeah,
did
so-
not mince words.
He went pretty far there, saying that the
that's
Daily
a
Wire has a lot of
statement.
Nazi fans because of the bed that they've
yeah.
made.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah,
Evidence needed.
What is it? Oh no, like
Citation.
citation needed. Yeah.
I don't think they would pal out well with National Socialists, to be fair. Him and Nick, like, imagine them and Nick Fuentes, they wouldn't like each other. In fact, didn't Nick Fuentes have a previous history of not liking Daily Wire or from previous association or something? I may be wrong there. I may be misremembering. But there was
he has a
something,
feud
right?
with Ben Shapiro for sure. I mean,
Yeah,
you
and
know.
I don't believe actual Nazis would be able to just chill with Daily Wire and be okay with each other.
No,
I don't
they-
think
I don't know how many of them listen to Ben Shapiro, but I'd have to think that overlap
that
is few.
great, that great subset of Nazis that watches the Jewish person, religiously. Yeah, we know of those.
Words
Not
posting, quote,
religiously.
and this piece doesn't even touch on her truly bat's bleep views about Brigitte Macron. That it took the Daily Wire
So
this
that
long
right
to sever
there-
ties with Candace Owens is alarming.
I was gonna grab a clip from Timcast, and then I just decided not to. But that right there, so that's the episode that got completely just wiped off the internet. Like if you go to her podcast, like the audio form or the actual videos, she had an episode in between the two that I clipped at the beginning, and it was one where she made an accusation against Brigitte Macron, what would you call that, prime minister's wife of France. So yeah, he said that she said that she is a man. So there are thoughts that her ousting from Daily Wire have
Wait,
nothing
what?
to do
Say
Why
that
does
again?
that
with
always
this
go to-
previous thing.
So
It's a good question. So she put out this theory that it is not actually a female, but she is in fact a male. And
Why?
supposedly
Based on
France has
what?
different laws.
Because of the way
I
she
don't
looks.
see the episode; it's wiped, man. But that's kind of the theory that Timcast was putting forward. It looks like Barry Weiss also touched on it.
I'm so
that
curious.
episode is gone. Where these ones where she's supposedly saying anti-Semitism are still up. So perhaps it was a way to get her out of her contract if there was legal action from France. Supposedly they have different, what do you call it? Like rights for defaming public figures. So
God damn it!
I'm not quite sure.
I hate how that's gone. I want to learn, so I want to listen now. What made her? What convinced her that was the case? I'm so curious.
It's a good
now.
question.
I'm so fucking curious. I hate that's gone. I would have loved to hear, like, I am conclusively going to ascertain or posit the theory that this is in fact a man. Like, based
You
on
can
what?
watch videos about Michael Obama.
Oh yeah, it's not unique to France. Yeah, we also have that here in the States. You know, people be making theories, but that is just the rumor that could be the actual reason. And
what happened? So I guess eventually just like, that's funny that was a lie. That's funny that you.
Yeah, I'm not
that.
sure, but like, supposedly her contract could have something where if a suit is brought against, that would be
indeed
terminate.
like a ridiculous way. Like, if that was the reason why they cut, I think if I was in charge of, like, listen, Hydra, you're a Daily Wire manager. You have to get this Candace lady out of here. Like, she has been very destructive ever since the war in the Middle East broke out, and it's not great. Let's say that's the true motivation. I'm saying something, I don't know. I'm proposing this in this hypothetical. I was like, let's see, what did she do recently? Talking about how, like, whatever, France lady is a man. That's weird. They are very like that's and they are in a political position of power. They could sue us. I don't know, different law. Look at this, that. This could be potentially a liability in the future. Let's use this bullshit reason to get him out of here. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know why you would truly, honestly fire someone because of that. Like, considering the amount of wonky stuff that goes down in some of these spaces and the weird theories that causated, this would be an interesting point to say, no, this is too much. We need to fire her.
Well, if you've been looking for a reason, and she's been, you know, in at least a small skirmish with Shapiro since November, but it kind of stems back further than that. There's been kind of rumors that he never liked her. He never wanted them to hire her. But if you're looking for a reason and your contract would include, like, you know, if you're getting sued, maybe that would be the reason. But it's all speculation. I don't know, but Barry Weiss seemed to pick up on that as well, that, you know, she's made other batshit accusations, which, you know, that seems to qualify for me. I would want some sort of proof if you're going to make that accusation. Something, anyway. And maybe she had it in there. The episode's been wiped, so it's hard to find.
And One Eye Crow, I did touch on that, although my touching on that would have been a screaming, ranting, losing it episode. But yes, if I was in charge of Daily Wire, I personally would have been like, I'm not sure this person is actually a traditional conservative. Like, they are associating with these and these very bad things that would go contrary to the principles we teach over here. This might be a liability. Like, yes, that could be a treason as well. Again, we have very little to go on here, just speculating. That's it. Sorry for holding it up again.
Ex-presidential hopeful Marianne Williamson also jumped in, posting, quote, Candace Owens didn't lose her job because she opposes Israel. She lost her job because she has said and is continuing to say vile things about Jews ourselves. She knows this, and she is conflating the two for a reason. She will now come after me, of course, et cetera, et cetera.
She'll be snarky?
And
Owens
mean.
firing
After me, of course.
Vile things about Jew, I don't think I've seen that. Like, things could be interpreted as anti-Semitic from a certain lens, a certain perspective, but I think saying vile things about Jews requires a bit more evidence.
It needs a bit more direction, a bit more specifics. But
I would have linked something if I was this lady, maybe, or at least pointed in the direction of, like, hey, this me no likey, or, you know,
Et cetera, et cetera.
Owens.
Okay, so wait, this was actually, it wasn't a tweet that it was things that she actually liked. So that is this what Finch is talking about here? Is that she actually liked something somebody else said, which also made us
Yeah,
then.
that's some of the offense. So she's said certain things that people are taking certain ways, and she's liked other things. So yeah,
So that adds to all the evidence that shows that she's actually saying quite bad things without saying quite bad things.
Hmm.
And Finch is saying that the things he wouldn't repeat them anyway.
Firing from a supposedly pro-free speech outlet did leave some wondering if it was an act of censorship or at the very least cancel culture. Journalist Glenn Greenwald pounced on Weiss and company, posting, quote, "Same was true when the New York Times fired editors for publishing the Tom Cotton op-ed. Yet most of the right, along with Bari Weiss, treated that as a grave act of censorship. Viewpoint-based firings are exactly the sort of thing the right has long condemned as cancel culture." Greenwald also posted excerpts from a piece that Weiss wrote in 2021 in which she warned of deplatforming as a consequence of speaking out. Quote,
you and your company have been at the
so
center of
that
a
is
very,
kind of the question that's going on now. Like, is this an issue of free speech? It really depends on why they fired her or if she left. So Jeremy Boring just said, like, the Daily Wire has parted ways with her. Nobody has confirmed whether or not she's been fired or if she left on her own. But yeah, I don't know. We also don't know the exact reason. Like, if she was fired, and it could be for the Macron comments or whatever, I don't know. Is that, again, an issue of censoring, or is that like upholding a contract? If it's saying, like, you know, you get us into litigation, we have the right to let you go. I'm not sure. So it would be interesting to find out exactly what happened, but it just happened Friday. We don't have any real news on it yet.
Which is, again, by qualification, everything here is speculation and opinion. Do not take it as fact, please. In relation to Candace Owens, yes, and yes, disclaimer. Also, Matt Keynes not defending Candace, but imagine working for a company that monitors what you like on Twitter. I think different standards. First of all, yes, a lot of companies do that, and second of all, I think the standards change a little bit when you are such a high profile, we have so many followers, and are critical to the function of a company. Obviously, if you do shit on Twitter, it's going to have eyes on it, and therefore potential liability equals extra rules. So I think that would be the situation in her case, why she would be at least kept an eye on if she decided to go do some Twitter stuff. I couldn't blame the Daily Wire for that.
I mean, and the Daily Wire has, you know, the right to fire people, right? Surely.
Mm-hmm.
You'd assume so. It just, when they're saying free speech, if they're, you know, then firing her for speech they don't like, it would come out that way. But we don't know for sure that that's why they let her go if she was let go. But Piers Morgan tries to get it out of Ben Shapiro if he's the one that fired her, and if she, Ben, he has a fun way of dealing with them.
I haven't seen this clip, but I remember being served with Piers Morgan lets Ben Shapiro have it or something like that. It was like, okay, Owens, you know, one of those.
Profile one at the moment with Candace Owens, who's now left Daily Wire. Was she fired, or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Piers.
At all?
At all.
You can't give me any insight into why she departed?
I mean,
no hints, no nothing. I'm not going to speak.
If
he's honest about it, at least I like that.
Well, then stay off fucking Twitter then.
Regardless,
I'm not going to talk about it. You're
regardless,
100%, 100%. This would be
Now
the
he's
place
quiet. Sorry.
to make a
I wanna
measured
know-
response, not Twitter going off and being crazy.
Yeah, but
I mean, he has an opportunity here to flush out.
Sorry, I laughed.
Yeah,
but
Dorkus,
what
go.
is Dorkus saying?
the free speech stances aside, I personally am very, very pro-Israel, and I think it is in extremely poor taste to tweet or say or believe the things that Candace said right after the initial terrorist attack. And I think Daily Wire would not be infringing on their free speech beliefs if they chose to part ways with Candace because of what she said.
So it's more. Do you think it's
I
more
hear
of
what
like
you're saying.
I don't
removing
want
the
to associate with. I would not
Yeah.
want to associate with people who support organizations that want my entire race and religion exterminated. I don't think I'd be
Sure.
breaking my free speech extremist beliefs by
So
not.
it's not saying
but-
she's not allowed. She's not allowed to say it. It's that, you know what, we don't really want her to say it on our platform.
Yeah.
And then you can say, deplatforming, but then it's like, no, you really just don't want to associate. You do have the freedom of association. So you can say, listen, we no longer want to associate with you. So I can see it that way.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you're right. Like, it is extremely in poor taste, and it tells you a lot about the person that would use that rhetoric, that they would find that acceptable. But I don't know, man. Like, if you're saying like free speech, like, it kind of has to be the speech that you abhor that you do protect. Otherwise, it's just, I believe in what I believe in is right, and then nobody else can say against it. So it's really shitty. If they have kind of come out for free speech, which is kind of what Daily Wire is known for. But I don't think the individuals in there, like Ben Shapiro, like, he has made his point very clear that like he thinks everything she's saying is abhorrent. And I think he has the right to say that too and like blow her up. But apparently he doesn't have the right to hire or fire. So
if what she is saying speaks to her core belief system, and if that core belief system is such that it is okay for a group or organization to want and try to achieve the death of an entire race of people or religion, I don't.
If you remember, like, where her start is, like, she originally it was part of this company called Social Autopsy, which is kind of like a public doxing site.
I wanted to talk about that after the clip finishes.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to air out her dirty past of, like.
So I don't know, man. Like, she's done a lot of changes, but it seems like she keeps showing these really abhorrent positions. And I don't know. I was not for it when they hired her. It's like, really, her? But okay. But I don't know. I think if it's not a crime, like if they're not actually like saying like do this and it's not instigating something, I think I'd have to try and protect it, as horrible as I think it is. So I don't know. And if like they are saying that they are pro free speech in their company, I don't think you can technically fire her for that. But if she did say something that gets in a lawsuit, like, hell yeah, like that is against her contract. Like, yeah, like get rid of her. I don't think they cannot fire her, but like if it's for individual beliefs, that gets weird.
I mean, if you hired a person and that person went on to constantly talk about, and this is an extreme example, I suppose, if that person went on to talk about how they love beating women, and then they go up to some coworker.
So what's different though is like that is a crime. So like if you're saying like I love committing this crime, I don't know, that would be against your contract. I'm sure there's a morality clause of some kind.
Or someone who say like there's a workplace incident where someone cuts off a hand, and then this other person walks up and says, "Hey, Captain Hook, how are you doing?"
You leave my past out of this.
I mean, again, I think it's like in super poor taste, and I think it could be, I don't know, like that might actually fall into like a disabilities category where it is protected, where that would be like extreme harassment. I don't know. Like, I think it would have to be something closer to like racism or sexism. It's like, you don't want that at your workplace. You can have rules against it, but I don't know that Daily Wire has rules against like going against their belief. I don't know. It's a weird one for sure. Like, I wouldn't want her as a part of my company.
There is still a thing that if eventually if there is something if you are not working well with your coworkers, there is conflict between the coworkers, like that can be quite a that you do need to remove someone from the situation as well.
Yeah, and I feel dirty about like kind of defending her. Like I do not like this lady or anything like that. So please don't think I'm in the pro Candace camp.
Sure.
No, you must take the extreme positions. Be all for it or all against it. No nuance allowed. No discussion, no civil disagreement, no let's talk about why we disagree. Hey, let's come on the show, let's hash it out. No.
None of that.
Only bad
Extreme
words and
publicity.
advocation of violence and label and dismissing allowed. No human behavior. No.
Well, I mean, surely we can tweet about it or something.
Speak to this.
Can I ask why?
I mean, you can ask.
No, I'm not. You can ask.
Oh, come on.
That's very well done. You can ask. I'm not going to tell you.
Again, you can ask.
I only...
Oh, the laughs. Both of their laughs. Like.
Nothing
I'm
looks
only
more gay
curious
than
because
this.
I know what a staunch defender of free speech you are, and it would surprise me if it had been someone's opinions that would make you want to part company with them, however contentious.
I mean, suffice it to say, the only thing I will say is what I've said all along with regard to Candace or with regard to any of our other hosts. I am not in hiring and firing position with the Daily Wire. I'm a co-founder of the Daily Wire. I'm a co-owner of the Daily Wire. I'm not actually in management. Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson are in management positions with regard to Candace or anyone else. And as far as the free speech situation, what I will say is that no company has the obligation to literally pay anyone. The Daily Wire is a publisher. It is not a platform. I've never called for Candace or anyone else for that matter to be banned from YouTube, to be banned from X, to be banned from any platform. That's a different story, obviously, when it comes to any publisher. Any publisher gets to make decisions about what it wishes to purvey and not.
I mean, I'm just not going to labour this, but one more point I would make is it's been reported extensively that the reason for her departure was because her comments have been perceived by people at the Daily Wire as anti-Semitic.
Again, I'm not going to comment on this, Piers.
Oh, again, that just brings me back to you guys were having your little tiff in front of everyone. But okay, cool. We won't talk about it on Piers.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's kind of where it ended for there. But I think Hydra had some background information.
Yes, finally, before I run out of time and have to go. Okay, so Candace Owens. You have to keep in mind that this person has a past that many would find objectionable. Initially started out with the, before already mentioned, social autopsy doxing site based on, well, hard left-wing ideology of certain things. And of course, you would ask, well, she's a very different position now. Today is what made her change her mind. Was that change gradual or instant? Did she have an arc? Did she talk about it? No. The answer is that her change was snap, instant, as soon as people turned against her. And that is my main issue, that when it was going all well, and you seem to be able to enjoy your position and weapons of a particular ideology, and then all of a sudden your allies turn against you, that makes you immediately change ideology. And then this behavior repeats. One would draw the conclusion that you are more interested in the fruits and what you're allowed to do and what you're allowed to say, or what position, rather than holding principles or positions. Because you clearly are motivated you change all of your opinions, or most important ones that you claim are most important, as soon as you disagree with something important on your allies. Another example is not just the doxing app. What happened right now? And after she was fired from Daily Wire, she went on a Twitter post to say that Ben Shapiro, Sam Harris, and all of these people are part of a shadow web of intellectuals that are somehow related to the CIA to spread the evil stuff.
Wait, when was this?
Yes, that was a tweet, or some. I'm paraphrasing, but she talked about a CIA conspiracy and an intellectual dark web of malicious people involving Ben Shapiro and others. And the fact that, oh, you had this opinion suddenly now, or you didn't say it until you were working with some of them, or did you just only turn on your friends because all of a sudden you felt you were backed into a corner? Again, personally, I think this kind of behavior is not nice.
Well, the way Benjamin sees it.
Okay, Benjamin, the issue with that is you need to, there are signs whether or not changes are genuine. In my opinion, what she did does not constitute a genuine change of I was wrong. I'm gonna behave differently in the future, because you can see that instead of an arc of change of exposed to new information, arguing with people, talking about things, even if you don't have access to all of this evidence, because let's say it's all happened in private, we would be able to see that her position moved in a natural way, and she behaved in a natural way about it. But instead, what we see is an instant radical 180 from one side very far to the other side very far, based on you being targeted. We are welcome to disagree based on what constitutes reasonable, good faith opinion change, but I personally am more of the opinion that what she demonstrates is a feeling of hurt, of being attacked by her own people and looking for a new home. I think
For sure.
letting others change your opinions for you is not a good sign, personally, but that's just me. It's yes, Tiamat, it's the difference between looking for benefits versus truly a change of heart is what I'm talking about. And of course, people will disagree with me, and they will probably have good reasons. But in my opinion, we have seen time and time again that this person, being Candace Owens, doesn't really treat her friends well when things get problematic, and she has made decisions that I dislike deeply and are questionable. So the fact that how she behaved repeatedly is rather disgusting to me, especially when she spouts all day about the conservative and Christian principles and how we need to protect our kids from the groomers, and then goes on to ally herself with figures like Andrew Tate, who demonstrate and talk about proudly that they would rather have the exact opposite. And this is how you get these daughters, and like this, you are the shepherd and they are the sheep, and this is how you mindfuck them into thinking they like you. You spread lies about them in their hometown, etc. Please, come on.
I don't think she knows Tate. She knows Kanye, and she was on his side. But I think Tate just jumped on board on this. Again, I don't like defending her, but I don't
Tate,
think
talked about how his imprisonment was unjust.
But I don't think like they're allies. So from what I hear, ally, I think like that would be like friends, and they're like actually like part of something where like she was with Kanye for a moment. They were doing the whole
let's
like,
define the word ally. This is a disagreement over definition. Sorry, I didn't. I'm talking about political ally. What I meant, thank you so much for bringing this up, because it points out the problem. What I meant by political ally is by tying your positions to his in a manner saying this person doesn't have anything wrong. They agree with us. They say the good things. They should be protected. They should be part of us. That is what I mean, not as in I'm friends with this person. I think this is completely different.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I was thinking more the you have to agree with me, therefore you're
no.
Fair enough.
Listen, and I count it like as protecting maybe of like this person of who proudly opposes and teaches people to do the exact opposite of what you view as virtuous. It makes me question what to say. But maybe it's just me, and I'm also very tired.
I think
so
she's said some really suspect stuff. No, like she's had some very strange positions. I don't know if you guys remember that like Blair White debate that she had a while ago. That got real catty real quick, but it was
really?
It was a few years ago, but it was pretty bad. But yeah, they brought up a lot of kind of past discretions, and then her answers for that were kind of interesting. But I think Shapiro had a really good answer. Sorry, kind of to get back to that video about like the whole free speech thing. I think just, being like champions of free speech, if it has the appearance that somebody is being then let go for issues of free speech, it sounds like you'd be rife to that accusation of hypocrisy. But he is right. Like no company has to actually like keep you employed. Like they should be able to let you go for any reason. And they are not a platform. They are, like their own publisher or whatever. So they do believe in editorialism. So it's not like they're not into any sort of censorship. But the one thing is, I know with like the Crowder deal and everything, like they would retain like control over Twitter and a whole bunch of other things. So I do wonder if they do have some of her platforms or something like that. Like, if so, that would again kind of open them up to, you know, the deplatforming thing. But yeah, I feel like I've spoken too long on it. For sure. It just kind of leaves them open to it since they were champions of it before. But I liked his answer on that. Like, he's right. No company has to keep you employed. They should be able to exercise their own option.
So they should say that, like, every time someone gets fired from Disney, and not run to
For sure.
Yeah, the issue is that there is a perceived disconnect between their addressing of others. Yeah, the issue is that there is a perceived disconnect of like, hey, you criticize others for doing this, but you engage in something that is rather similar. Maybe they have had good reasons, or will you change your opinion, or is this a special case? And they refuse to elaborate in a way that would be satisfying. That's the main thing I think that people are critical about. Yeah. And Rubber Chicken, welcome. A new person joins us on the panel.
He's the best.
Why is Andrew sexy?
Reasons.
Because he's sharply dressed and well groomed.
He's tired of the
rest
rental.
of us are just scummy. Okay, so we had some fairly mixed and nuanced views on this. Are we ready to finish up on it? Shall we go to the next one? We did mention some Steven Crowder. We do have it.
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to do that one. It is also kind of like 13 or 14 minutes. I don't know how long that would take to get through. So it's up to you if you want to do it. But yeah,
anything else that we have to get to
subject.
first?
If Hydra
think
has
so.
to go, then it'll be a...
Did the Rubber Chicken have anything to say on it?
No, just I've heard like the very basic of what happened, but I don't know the details.
Wow, okay, seriously, Cynical is talking about this tweet that she liked. It was so bad that he was handcuffed, he had to fire her for the integrity of Daily Wire. Okay. I don't know the tweet. Do you guys know the tweet? Finch might have put it in the Discord.
Didn't see the one. Yeah, I'm not positive on which one they're referring to.
What if it was a pocket
rather,
like an accidental? Oh, I'm swiping through.
That would be very bad and inconvenient.
Finch, you did say you could find the timestamp or whatever. Rather DM that to me. Don't put it in the Discord. Okay, it's that bad. Hassan's viewership dropped. No, that wasn't part of the today's topic.
No, that's later. It also what like viewership rise and drops all the time. It's a complex thing. You could analyze the fuck out of like, hey, so far this is new fluctuations in an unprecedented manner. No, sorry, later maybe we'll see.
Is tomorrow?
We could talk about nuclear energy. But
yes, that's the thing. But that wouldn't be. I don't know if viewers are there for like, oh my god, they're gonna break down the Chernobyl explosion next. This is boring. I'm gone.
Of viewer numbers, it'll just, our tens of people that are here will leave. So
they already leave whenever I start talking. I talk too much.
Oh, lies. You know what they do? They go and clip what you've done, what you've said. So, okay, so let's go into the Steven Crowder stuff.
I don't think we need much to set it up. People may not remember because it was like 6 years ago, but he used to have a co-host that he referred to as Not Gay Jared. There's been a lot of accusations that a lot of his former colleagues, employees can't talk anything about their time there because they all got under NDAs. And there was kind of that thought about Jared for quite a while. And yeah, I think it was Monday, or maybe it was this week, he came out with a video. So yeah, here's kind of a compilation of it. But he finally resurfaced after 6 years.
Yeah. Geez, I can't believe it was that long, because I do remember him. But I remember the name, Not Gay Jared. And I do remember there was kind of a bit of a tiff up with them leaving, and yeah, so now he can't be quiet anymore. So let's see.
I'm currently being legally abused and intimidated into silence by a former employer. This has been going on for a while now, and it simply cannot live in darkness for another day. But I am asking for your help to fight back. First, some context. In late October of 2023, to my surprise, I was served these papers. A cease and desist from my former employer. threatened severe legal action in the form of a lawsuit and demanded I cease communications with my friends. The scare tactics of cease and desist are generally to intimidate, isolate, and eventually devastate. Like most cease and desist, it also demanded that I swiftly provide them written certificate of my compliance. I did not. In the same delivery, I was also served these papers.
Yes, you can actually hear how stressed he is with the way he can hardly breathe.
Yeah,
while he's saying this.
it sounds very genuine and real. I can feel it through his voice. He's not doing well.
A Rule 202 petition from my former employer. You can look that up on the internet. I know I had to.
Texas is a trailblazer in pre-litigation discovery.
Is this you or is it?
No, I have an AI program that I can use. It's pretty awesome. I think his voice is, I think it's like Bernard or something.
Like, it's a funny version of your voice, like you're.
Well, I think he's
like
awesome.
You are doing a funny voice.
But Texas is apparently different than most of the other states. They have this civil procedure 202, which grants really broad power to investigate potential claims before anything goes to trial. So like pre-trial, basically interrogation or statements that you need to put on the record. And then they can go through a lot of your stuff to find out if they didn't want to bring litigation up. So in a lot of states, you do have some sort of protection that they need to actually like file a suit first, and then you'd have to be subpoenaed, but they can pre-trial subpoena you, pre-filing subpoena you. So it's kind of interesting, but yeah, good times. And apparently that's what they're doing to Jared right now.
Someone's breaking down. What's going on?
Just having a good time.
I just read Dorkus.
Share with the class.
Oh, this is because of me?
I hadn't read Squeak.
Now you better fucking share it because you're hyping this up. Come on.
No, I'm not hyping it up. Look. It's Dorkus says rubber chicken and then I didn't.
Well, you got to know what kind of business he's in. He's in the squeak business.
She's laughing at Dorcas's name and the subtitle of Squeak. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. That's what's so world-shatteringly comical. Okay, I understand.
It's because I hadn't seen it until I was reading this.
I understand. Good timing. Yes.
So
Okay.
I just had this. So I'm trying to listen to Gray, and then I read Squeak. Sorry, it just killed me. Okay, sorry. Okay. Can we go? Let's just.
I'm too tired to appreciate these jokes. I'm sorry. I'm very exhausted.
No, it's very bad. It's very irritating. I'm sorry. It's really inconvenient.
Although the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, FRCP, and most states allow some form of pre-suit discovery, Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 202 grants significantly broad power to investigate potential claims.
I must say I would have preferred a voiceover, but okay.
These documents were
It
filed
was
with
so
the county court
easy
of
to
my
do it
former
that way, though.
Place of employment, demanding that I be subject to an oral deposition under oath for an unlimited amount of time, where they were free to interrogate me on pretty much any private matter that they chose. Also, in this petition for discovery, they demanded that I turn over documents of all communications with more than a dozen of my friends, an unlimited amount of unnamed persons in any form, and over an unlimited period of time. I did not. Now, I did not for a few reasons. Number one, I have seen how this employer handles legal issues, and I knew that once I opened the door to legal abuse, it would never, ever be shut. This is how they operate. In fact, I'm not the only one who's a current victim. Number two, I was not about to allow the privacy of my personal life.
Do we know who the other one is? Who the other current victim is? Is it like Dana now or?
So Dave has been able to talk about it because he never had an NDA, but almost everybody else did. So it's hard to tell. There's been at least like 3 other people that I can think of that were fired, and then there's kind of, I'm sure, more behind the scenes. But they're just kind of rumors that have been circulating for a while. So I'm not sure exactly who he's referring to, but there was another employee, Quarter Black Garrett, who'd been there forever, and he kind of left and has just been unable to say anything about it. So I'm not sure if that's possibly who he's referring to. There is also Sven Computer, who is a dude who was just there for a little while and then kind of just abruptly was left. And I think there was also a dude named Bill who was doing like the sound or something. So there's been a few people, but the rumor is he's very NDA, or they are very NDA heavy, and they kind of force you to sign it.
I remember
and then,
when Dave Landau came out, like it was out of Louder with Crowder. And then him and Quarter Black were doing stuff. Then there was a FNC episode, and they all made a big joke about how he can't actually talk about it. He's under NDA. Quarter Black could not talk about it. He couldn't comment on it. Dave could say whatever, but he couldn't.
Exactly. And so Lucifer also brought up Hillary, which is Steven Crowder's ex-wife. I'm not sure if she is under any NDAs or anything like that, or if she's just not necessarily speaking out about it because of, the legal proceedings. But I'm not sure which victim he's talking about. He's a little unclear.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and so
when did he leave?
He's
when
not
was...
allowed.
It was like 6 years ago.
4 years ago.
I think it was 2018 or 2019, but it was also abrupt and they didn't really address it. So it's been a while. And he kind of goes into how long the initial, it was supposed to be, so it's a perpetual NDA, but it's supposed to be non-compete for 2 years. And then it kind of goes into that even more.
That's what I was going to ask. It seems like a non-compete was probably in place. But it was. So.
Yes, and even more. So yeah, he'll kind of get into that, but yeah, it's frustrating. But these are kind of the rumors. He's now actually willing to talk about it, so we'll see. There's a lawsuit because he came out with this.
Yeah.
Oh, and as soon as I breathed out, Wild Gordon appeared.
There you go.
Hello. You just missed me losing my shit. I was crying, laughing. But anyway, let's continue.
The trust I have with my friends and the real relationships I have with them to be violated in such an vindictive and abusive manner. It simply was not going to happen. I received the latest article of legal harassment on Friday, March 22nd, 2024. After a month now of litigation exhausting even the court with relentless amendments to their Rule 202 petition, my ex-employer was finally awarded their request for my oral deposition and any document of communication with my friends that they believe may provide any avenue to sue me or others. As it stands, they await my forced cooperation. I will not. I will continue to fight. Now, here's the big question, is what was their entire reason for this harassment and the basis for their claims? These documents. An NDA. Some more context. I signed this separation agreement, an NDA, containing a strict and very broad non-disparagement clause many years ago. I voluntarily left my job after deciding I could no longer put myself or my growing family through the toxic and abusive work environment I had endured for years. Something had to change. And if I couldn't change my work environment, then it was time for me to remove myself from it. I was fully aware that willfully resigning would mean I would forfeit any sort of severance. What I had not anticipated is how much it would cost me to quit. This is where my first experience with legal abuse began. Starting from the day I delivered my notice of resignation, I was put on the phone with company lawyers, and the good cop, bad cop coercion campaign to get my signature on an NDA was well underway. I was told many lies throughout this process. I immediately hired my own legal counsel, and by the grace of God, understanding my predicament, he even agreed to work for half of his normal rate. Even so, the legal fees immediately began to pile up. My former employer and his attorney argued I could not work in media anywhere in the world.
There you go.
And most certainly not in the United States for 2 years.
In the world.
Which is,
okay.
Yeah, it seems rather
thing?
broad, but yeah, there's often a lot of non-compete. It is, but generally that's for a term. But They're doing something even more shady than that. So he's saying he originally didn't have an NDA at all, but they had this one clause in his thing that they loosely are interpreting that way. But he's willing to sign an NDA for one reason, and I'll kind of get into that in a moment. But sadly, he signed an NDA on the way out, and that included the non-compete clause.
This is not because I had voluntarily signed some sort of non-compete in my original employment agreement. It was because they decided a non-solicitation clause that was in said original agreement would retroactively be interpreted as the broadest and strictest non-compete one could draft. They told me my Twitter account, another potential lifeline to future work, which I'd owned and been the sole manager of since 2009, was to be turned over to them on the argument that it was somehow their intellectual property.
Oh shit! Wasn't that something that they were upset about with the Daily Wire?
With Stephen Crowder's possible negotiation with the Daily Wire, that was one of his big sticking points, is that they wanted to control his social media. Yet, that is apparently what he had already done to Jared prior to that.
Oh my god!
That doesn't sound good.
No. What excuse would you like to give, Stephen, for that?
Well, he's not supposed to
what
talk
kind of-
about it. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Literally just unsubscribe them.
You know, presumably to keep me from working even further, my former employer even tried to claim my personal production equipment, gear I had owned for years prior to working there, as company property. After producing every receipt to validate my ownership,
it sounds like
a
they're just
vicious
fucking
lie that I
hard
stole
for
from the
trying to
company
leave,
was
essentially. Revenge.
Yeah, it's just like let's try and fuck with your life just because.
He does have a reputation of being very vindictive. I don't know. This kind of feeds into that, but yeah, rumors have been there.
Charles had a better way of putting this, Lucifer. He said, "Rules for me, but not for employee."
Yeah, that seems about right.
I love it. And no, I don't hate Dobermans. Okay.
Dobermans are based.
Born and disseminated by my employer. By the way, breaking their side of this bogus mutual non-disparagement agreement. Being bullied on each of these terms and many more, fighting for my basic freedoms to leave and provide for my family, immediately sent me into
so
that I did not.
Crowder did make sure that the rumors were out that he had stolen equipment when he left. So that's what he means by being bullied by that. So he can't mention them at all. There's a non-disparagement agreement.
That's what the company equipment comes from. But that's actually a bit smart because he can't address it. So he's forced to let the claim slide that, and it's just around there, out there, unaddressed. I don't like that. I'm not sure. I don't think I like that.
He's spoken to a lawyer like about what he can and can't say in this.
And he was, so there is more to this that I have cut out. I tried to keep it just to the facts. If you want to check it out, it's like a 20-minute video on there, but I tried to cut it down to like 7. So yeah, I left out quite a bit, but he does provide a bunch of receipts, and then it is going to trial now. So there'll be even more receipts out there soon.
Not want to sign anything, mind you. But the negotiations with my former employer left no question that without a signed NDA, my guaranteed silence, I would undoubtedly be harassed well into the future. No matter if there are future claims against me for where I worked or...
Okay, so that would be your case, kind of thing, that you were actually harassed or coerced into the, what do you call it, the signing of the NDA, so it's not valid. Right? Hello?
It does seem like that would nullify it or break it, but I'm not an attorney. Like I don't want to give legal advice, but it does feel like that would, void it, but I'm not sure. But he was talking to a lawyer at this time, and he does have it documented. So hopefully he's able to kind of provide proof of that in this new suit.
What I did or what I said were legitimate or not. It didn't matter. It would cost me thousands and thousands to fight back, and they knew that. I had to make a deal. The primary reason I signed the NDA was for a small carve-out in the non-compete clause, which allowed me to freely seek employment using some of my skill sets at another specific company. At least that could feed my family. That provision, however, was a lie. And upon starting my new job at the new said company,
This sounds very
Give
fucking
him one of
sinister.
these, a cease and desist. And,
Oh.
Was
A cease and
promptly
desist of what?
unlawfully terminated from that.
Cease and desist working. This is
He's got
weird.
a non-compete
Why? What do they
clause, so
get from
yeah.
this? What do
He
you
seems to
get
be
from
very
this? And-
vindictive, is the rumor. He likes to ruin people that cross him, is kind of what has been the accusation that's going out there. So I'm not sure. Other than that, I'm not sure what you get
It
from
certainly sounds like someone is out to ruin this man's life. Fucking hell. Yay.
Benjamin, it seems like they did. Okay, so there was disparagement if they claimed.
He
that
did
he
more
was-
than just break the
Yeah.
NDA, but yeah. I mean, from the sound of it, I don't know. This might all be like different or not entirely true, but this sounds really, really bad.
I'm gonna actually watch because there's like an in-depth. I love it when that happens. What's it?
Someone goes down the rabbit hole.
Night's Watch. Yeah, he did that.
Oh, yeah,
Shad,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
gone. He did the initial one. He went over this one, and then he went over the response, and they're like 1.5 hours each, and that's why I still
Yeah.
I haven't caught up. But I'm gonna
Definitely
go over
check
them.
those. I also cut up the response to like about 7 minutes. So it's on here, but yeah, watch the real thing for full context.
And yeah, another thing that starts just a note from Shad was like, what do you think? Just because I defended him when it came to Daily Wire, that I'm now going to defend him with this? It's like, no, I can have principles and disagree on different things. If anything,
It does
you
seem
would be even
principled.
more angry if you defended
Oh,
him
man.
with the Daily Wire, and then this thing with taking
Yeah.
his Twitter account. Get the fuck out! I would be really angry. I don't.
And that's
think
the impression
Shad
I
will
got
say
from
get the
Shad.
fuck
It
out,
seems
though.
like he is angry at it because it seems to be kind of like spitting in the face of anyone who's like, yeah, I am defending you're right. That's a bad contract. Well, it sounds like he's doing much of the same, if not worse.
Exactly that. Oh, yeah. It's not even just the contract. It's actually pursuing, using it, because the contract can, yes, it gives you options, but pursuing it, like literally, he goes and starts working, and then he gets like a cease and desist. Like that's like he tried to. I don't know. I don't understand.
You like
why.
permanently stuck to his ass to try to fuck him over and over again.
For
It
2
doesn't
years.
sound...
I don't know about a non-compete. Like, what? I don't understand.
It is true that we're only getting one side of the story, and that is why I put out
the
my specific asterisk at the very start of my sentence. But so far, we're gonna need some strong justification, because this is shaping up to be really bad.
And it's going to court, so that's why he's saying free Jared Monroe and all that. Okay.
And I'm definitely gonna, and I'll if I have time and energy, I will take a dive down the rabbit hole, because this sounds super fascinating. I want to know more.
Yeah. Very sinister.
That position. I added thousands more to my legal debt trying to fight back. While my supposed non-compete expired after 2 years, unfortunately, the most egregious part of my NDA, the part that silences my free speech, has no expiration.
Yeah.
Free speech matters. Matters a lot to me, and that's not just a t-shirt slogan. It really matters. And these kinds of NDAs right here, stemming from this, are unquestionably unconstitutional. I will not live with the burden of this unconstitutional NDA over my head for the rest of my life, especially when information I have can be used to aid other victims escape their own abusive situations, which is the context for which this former employer feels they caught me breaking my agreement. Let me be clear, what I'm afraid of is legal harassment in perpetuity, not the truth. Only one side of this ordeal is spending a fortune to hide truth and punish anyone who dares speak up for themselves or other victims. While I will not give in to the harassment by my former employer, I have to recognize that this process has already become unbearably expensive. Not only because of the general expense of the legal process, but because my former employer has seemingly unlimited wealth and resources to gleefully spend punishing powerless people.
Pause.
I just want to say off the top that none of this had to.
Yeah.
Pause. Something that he mentioned, I was thinking about it. He mentioned how it's unconstitutional, and I'm not an expert. I don't know, but there are, what is it? You can't put things into a legal contract that aren't enforceable, that that
You're
basically
breaking the law.
break it, the contract. It makes the contract null and void, and that might be. You need to talk to a lawyer on that, especially in Texas.
But it's still going to
But
cost money to get anything to happen with that. It's not just going to magically,
True.
like you'd have to take
You're right.
them to it. You'd have to
No,
get legal.
exactly. But yeah, no. It also reminds me of what you're saying there. Reminds me of the what is it? The Bake a Gay Cake case where they took it all the way to the Supreme Court and they, made the standard about you have if you're generally selling something, then you have to sell it to everyone. But if there is a creative commission happening, then you can decline it. Those people, the bakery won that case on those grounds, but people brought case after case after case and drove them to financial ruin. So even though that they had the defensible legal position taken all the way to the Supreme Court, they ended up losing. They won that. What is it? They won that battle, but they lost the war because people legally harassed them into oblivion.
For sure.
And I think
it
that
definitely sucks that it can be abused like that. A lot of people, sadly, you might be in the right, but it will be too costly to actually get anything accomplished. Like it really sucks. And he's definitely got deeper pockets than this guy. So
yeah. And I think that's wrong. I think that
seems to be ultimately the issue, that you have enough money to throw at it, then you can royally fuck someone over just because you want it. That's a really unfair part of the system that I think I dislike.
Yeah,
it's just money.
Disney and other media companies and stuff, they can be completely wrong on the wrong side legally of an issue, but because they can outspend you, they win. And sometimes they win just by default too, because people know that, because they know I'm not going to beat their lawyers, even though I have the winning position. So it's not even worth fighting them.
Yeah.
And that really sucks. And it sounds
that's why I say
that
powerless,
sounds like
powerless people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we are to the response. So Crowder or at this time, I think this was released yesterday. At this time, he is in the 5th day of his mediation for his divorce. So he was unable to host this day. So they have G. Morgan Jr. hosting. And I gotta say, he's looking more like Crowder every day. He's definitely been hitting the weights.
Damn. Yeah, I can see them all.
To happen. None of it. Didn't have to be this way at all. We didn't choose this. It was chosen for us. In fact, as I'll tell you in just a few minutes, we went to great lengths to give people the ability to do the right.
Okay, so what he's saying there
was it? You could have just done what I wanted.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You could have just done what
they're saying right
do,
there. Yeah, what they're saying there doesn't contradict what was said earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I know that like plenty of abusive people have this exact mentality where like they see the actions of others as forcing their hand, but inviting their abuse.
I was forced to beat my wife. This could be used for any position. That's the issue. It's not a good thing. That's why because it's universal.
Exactly. They beat their wife and then they yell at the wife, "Look what you made me do."
Yeah, look what you made me do. That's exactly what I'm feeling. Like, I feel also that meme from Saturday Night Live where the guy shoots and goes, "Why would you do that?" or something like that. Like, I feel that kind of vibe from it.
Right thing. To honor their agreements and to do what they said they were going to do. Unfortunately, they chose a different path. just for some backstory, there'd been no communication between our attorneys for a couple of weeks. So there was no impetus for it. The document compelling him to give a deposition had already expired on March 15th. So when he released his video yesterday, he asked you to contribute money for a lawsuit that did not exist, unless he's had a lawsuit that he would like to file, which he indicated maybe that was the case.
So I think that's really slippery as well, saying like, we just sent him a cease and desist and a 202 where he had to give, you know, all of his information as to who he's had contact with, copies of that contact, and then do a deposition. But why would he think there's a lawsuit? That is horrible of him.
I mean, technically, the hiring of a lawyer precedes the lawsuit, right?
Yeah, and you said that in Texas,
Yeah.
in the preamble, it was like, there is a lot that can happen before a court case now. So it is still it's kind of part of the process of being sued is the sort of investigation thing.
Again,
it's just that
it
in another state it might be different.
He doesn't have to be lying here for the other guy to still be right. For Jared to still be right.
Yeah, also like the lawsuit doesn't exist. It's like, yeah, yet. I feel like he also.
I mean, and that's part of what he was talking about. That is sort of what he was talking about. Is that he he's talking about legal harassment. So perhaps what's happening is that they keep doing things that make him engage legally, and then drop it. I mean, this is what happens with the copyright system this is what happens with the copyright system on YouTube, is that they'll claim it and then they hold it for like a 30-day review. They'll release it and then they'll do another claim.
By then it's dead anyway.
And by then it's dead anyway, or they will renew the claim.
And because YouTube is entirely one-sided in this case, and there is almost zero checks whether or not the claim is legitimate, it's up to the person whose stuff got claimed to do everything in their power to stop it, because essentially there is no verifying of, do they really have the rights for this? Is this even a real company? Is this not just a hater somewhere in another nation or computer doing something? None of this gets weeded out. We have people, their own voices getting claimed by somebody doing a revenge against them for some perceived slight from across the nation. We have had companies getting their own shit claimed by a vengeful ex-employee even. There is zero verification to whether or not the claim is valid. It's immediately just, well, you better file it if you don't like it. The system is utterly broken. It's so broken that it takes enormous work to even get in contact or just to understand what the claim is. Even for a big company. For example, when the whole Bungie thing happened, where Bungie's own content got fake claimed by someone pretending to be Bungie, and Bungie had to work for weeks upon weeks, if I correctly remember again, to just find out what was going on. It was a big company with a lot of resources, and it's still so fucking hard for them to just fight these claims. That's how broken the system it is. Even with the infinite money and infinite man-hour cheats, it was really difficult to beat. It's fucked. It's not a great system. It needs to be changed.
That's one example of how a system can be used
maliciously,
in bad faith, maliciously. And of course, one that's always been used in that way is the justice system. Any sort of system of regulation can be used in that way.
We had not sued Jared. We simply asked Jared to knock it off. On October...
We simply asked him to knock it off. We sent him several cease and desists, right?
That's the problem. This could all technically be true, but it's it's misconstruing what actually may have happened.
What were they asking him not to do? That's what.
Don't talk, don't work, don't think about it. Tell us everything.
So I guess the main thing is he's been disparaging Crowder to Crowder's former wife. So he's been in contact with Hillary, and that's what they're trying to cease, and that's what they're looking at, all the sort of information, if he's giving any dirt to her for the case. I don't know. I'm not sure what the disparagement is, but you kind of have to read between the lines a little bit. He goes into it, but I cut out a lot of what was involving the divorce in this. It's mainly just what he's saying about Jared.
I would assume she's more dangerous than he is.
I would assume so too,
Yeah, she got
but
more dirt than
he
him.
was with Crowder since the beginning. Like they used to do an actual radio show, and then like it went kind of from but he was always kind of the sidekick all the way to the way up, and then once they kind of made it, suddenly Jared left, and it was kind of strange. But so I don't know. He might know some damning information. Supposedly he's been subject to I don't know if they'd quite call it like essay, but along those lines, like having his employer expose himself to him, stuff like that. But now Gerald is going to make some accusations of his own.
Okay. And so I'm just saying, I mean, in your clip already from the beginning, the way that he phrased it was, "Stop talking to my friends." That's what he said.
Yeah, he just said like all we were trying to get you to do is just stop doing what you're doing, which is wrong. Yeah, like
which is right.
there
Which
was
is
no.
like, makes me think of like Tony Soprano kind of reasoning. Like,
It does
you could've
feel a
just
lot like
listened.
that. But that is kind of how it feels with some of those NDAs and non-compete and everything like that. A lot of industries have them, and it sucks. It is part of taking that check is like, okay, but you can't go to any competitors for this X amount of time, and it really sucks because, you know, if something goes wrong, you're screwed. Yeah, I know Charles knows something about it, but he can't talk about it.
I am a thief, and I can't say anything to rebut it.
Okay. I agree because I have to.
October 27th, 2023, we filed our original Rule 202 petition that Jared mentioned. Rule 202 petition is basically saying, hey, we're serious. Please knock it off and tell us how far this
That's
went.
not true.
On
No,
October
no,
30th, we sent it.
No, that's, I mean, that may
But
be
we
how
just said
you're
knock
using
it
it,
off
but
by
that's not
threat of
true. Yeah, that's
No, that's just a
that
simple
is
way of saying knock
highly
it off.
Tell us
right?
how far this went. Tell us how far this went, so we need to make so we can make sure whether we want to sue you or not about it.
Yeah, no. What it is, yeah, no, you don't initiate that. You shouldn't. Let me rephrase that. You shouldn't be using that for that level. What did you call it? That level of knock it off and other type things is what cease and desist and other things are for. If you get to 202 level, that pre-trial investigation, you are committing to you should be committing to the investigation. If you're using it as a knock it off, that is wildly inappropriate.
Yeah, and once again,
that's actually...
instead of just picking up the phone, we got to do this over social media.
Yeah.
Yay.
We gotta do this.
And a cease and desist. At that time, October 30th, 2023, all Jared had to do was respond in writing saying that he was going to knock off what he...
That's exactly what he said. They said there's no lies detected. You just reworded it to say knock it off. It's cease and desist and also certificate of compliance. Written certificate, like it's for real.
Yeah, we just need you to sign some stuff saying you're not going to do it again. Come on.
Yeah.
He was doing. He was going to stop violating his agreement that he voluntarily entered into. He chose not to.
I don't know, man.
Legal fees associated
like
with
he was
writing us a letter
strong-minded.
would have been minimal, if any at all. December 14th, we had one amendment to our Rule 202 petition. Not quite the exhausting of the court, as Jared made it seem, that we were trying to bully him with the law. March 15th, that 202 expired. March 26th,
No.
Jared releases his video.
No, hold on. Push pause. You already admitted to bullying him with the law. You said you used 202 to tell him to knock
We
it
were
off.
telling
That's bullying
him that
with
we're
the law.
serious.
That's what that is.
Yeah, he says we're serious. We did it to say we're serious. Knock it off. You know what? I hope this gets used in the court case. I really do.
I'm sure
But
it all will.
you telling me that Gerald is a lawyer? I don't know what kind of lawyer he is.
I'm not sure because they always had like half Asian lawyer Bill, but he kind of just disappeared too. I'm not sure if he is. I know he's the CEO, but he was a wine guy, but I'm not sure. He might have a legal background. It definitely sounds like somebody helped him with this script.
This is probably all satire, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. So is Cancel Big Con. That was all just a big joke. Yeah, I'm sure all of this is just, infighting's not a thing.
Jared, like I said, was raising money for a lawsuit that didn't even exist until this morning.
Okay.
It now exists.
Until this morning.
Because
So
Jared
he was
has shown
raising
that he
money
will
for
continue
a
to-
lawsuit.
Yeah, but he could have been
Yes.
wrong. It might not have happened.
How dare you not raise money for a lawsuit while you're already fighting the lawsuit? How dare you prepare? What are you doing, man? You're raising
I think
money
his
for a
next
lawsuit that
line
does
is
not
even
exist.
worse, though. His next line is going to say, like, well, just, giving us a legal letter doesn't cost that much. As if,
Oh
like,
my
there is
God.
no option to actually, like, talk to legal representation or do anything with them. It's just, make the legal letter. Get it to us.
Just
legally.
listen to us and you won't get hurt.
To violate his NDA, to be a part of this scheme, to assimilate damaging PR assets to put pressure on Stephen in the divorce. He's actively flirted with violations in the past, and now he's involving himself in a private divorce for which he was recruited to leverage the company as part of this long-standing
After
6 years of no communication.
No, wait, press pause.
Jared
press
gets
pause.
roped
Is
into
he
Hillary's plan.
suggesting that
No,
Jared was
the
trying
thing
to
is,
extort?
Part of the problem here is that if there is a pattern of abuse and they are trying to help with that, there shouldn't be anything wrong. You don't get to use an NDA to protect yourself from crimes.
It depends how airtight the non-disparagement is.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
you
You
can literally
cannot- no,
sign
you-
away. It depends, man. Like, you would open yourself up to legal recourse if you do it.
Yes,
I mean,
in the
think you can still
sense
do
that, like,
it,
you would
but
have
you're
to
not gonna go to
legally
jail.
respond. In the sense that you would have to legally respond, but if you could prove that all you're doing is what is it? Talking about, like, what is it? Like, what is a good defense against in America, not in other countries, but a good defense against defamation is that you are telling the truth. If you're telling the truth,
but if you
then
sign a
you're not-
non-disclosure, you can still be held responsible for doing that disclosure. So, like, then you could be sued into oblivion, which really sucks. But you're right.
Right.
Like, you would be free from a defamation charge, but you'd still be voiding your contract, and you might have to forfeit, like, what you were paid on that contract, depending on. Man, some of these,
but they
especially in
can't-
entertainment,
they
get
can't make
screwy.
they can't make you, like, stop talking about a crime. You can stop talking about.
If it's in the contract, you sign something saying you wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Like, you're right. You can say
not
the
gonna-
words,
okay.
but you're going to be responsible for it. And sadly, it's probably going to cost you a lot.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say definitively one way or another. I would like to believe that. Yeah.
But yeah, Vincent pointed out again that he's saying that he voluntarily entered into the NDA. We don't know. We are just getting his side of it, but it did sound like he thought he would get this one clause for it. So he was kind of strong-armed into that even, but
I voluntarily entered a marriage and just got fleeced. So
we don't have to disclose about that. But
that I can disclose about.
Yeah, I know there's a couple companies that I work for that I can't say anything that they did, and it sucks, man. I think they were doing some really shady shit, and I think they were literally scamming people, but I can't talk about it. It
you
sucks.
haven't officially
Contracts
started
suck.
on show business yet. Stop.
Well, I'm just saying, one day.
Knock it off is what I'm saying.
Tell all book when you guys are.
Hey, knock it off. We are not going to
Very
harass you. We are not doing anything.
kneecaps
But knock it off,
you
or
got
else.
Those are some very nice kneecaps you got there. Would be a shame if something were to happen to him.
Don't you want someone to protect your future potential career?
Gets involved in this plan. February 17th of 2023, And just leave that overlay up for me. Hillary and Jared met in Atlanta to discuss their strategy, and they took this picture. How he changed my mind.
Not a bad name for a book.
That's pretty wow. That's quite
Yeah, it plays on the change my mind meme. You know, I think it's awesome. And apparently he changed both of their minds. But yeah, sorry, if I didn't give you context, Hillary is Crowder's soon-to-be ex-wife. But yeah, she met up with Jared back in, what was it, 2017, so February of last year. So this is over 14 months ago that they found out that they met up.
Okay. So this is obviously
Sana, this is something they wanted to prevent at all costs. But yeah.
Hot goss. Holy crap.
Proposed book that Hillary would like to write to apply more pressure to Stephen. February 20th, per Jared's text messages, any scenario where Hillary and I team up is the end of him, meaning Stephen. It is his worst nightmare. Watch the real fear enter his eye when Tim asks the question.
I believe those are texts that he had to surrender to them also. So you are reading like kind of personal communication between Jared and Hillary. But yeah, I don't see why it would be wrong to say like, hey, this guy that I feel wronged me, I feel like he's going to wrong you, but you could get over on him. I hope that you do. I don't see why that would necessarily be wrong.
Yeah.
But that non-disparagement thing, I don't know. It really depends. He might have a tough legal battle. He might owe money on it.
To ask all the legal questions, but then I just don't know how. It takes a long time for me to understand the answer.
All been going on behind the scenes. Can you believe the actions of people that are out in public saying they're trying to do the right thing, and yet behind the scenes scheming going on? February 21st, 2023, Jared says this to Hillary. I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. I just don't want him anywhere near those kids. That really, really disturbs me.
Listen, hun. You guys are talking about how there's no lawsuit and things like that. You're literally showing us texts.
Stuff they've been collecting.
You got. Yes. Like you're showing, it's like we got receipts, and it's like you've got receipts from his private conversations. That's not a win, guy. It's not good.
But they might have a leg to stand on if he's talking about like there's a bunch of us who used to work there who would be willing to attest to some of this. Would that be disparaging the workplace? Would that be against their non-disparagement clause? It's shitty, but it might be.
The range of the Cis guys' coverage of Crowder, they're the best on this. No, we're just going over like a clip, supercut of it. Proudly brought to you by Grey Poupet.
Why do this? They both want money, maybe fame. They don't care if it's at the expense or well-being of the children or the family, or if they do, they're hiding that fact very well. After Jared received Stephen's personal address from Hillary, Stephen received a threatening message.
Oh, God.
I do believe that's a sweet potato. Yeah,
but like that really, if that really was him, that's stupid. You're stupid. Don't.
It might be. I don't know much behind this except for he's going to give one more piece of information, which could be damning, but it's hard to say. But this is a text where apparently Jared was given the address, and it's supposed to be hidden or unknown because the kids are there sometimes. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly why this is supposed to be such an anonymous one, but yeah, that would be shitty if somebody sends you a weird package. But
so that reminds me of the time I mailed a potato to a friend of mine, and she was staying at her parents at the time, so it was the mom that found the potato, and she got scared, thought it was a rat or something.
But yeah, it does say watch it. But it does have a message on it that was a quote of Steven Crowder's towards his wife from that Ring camera video.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that would be Jared saying it.
I'm not sure, but definitely somebody
I can see a
watch
crazy
it.
internet
Watch
person
it.
doing that. Yeah, I can see. So I don't know if he would do that. If he did, he's an absolute idiot. But I can see just a normal internet person finding it out.
I'm sorry, you said normal?
Knew the address. The normal internet. The normal internet.
Normal for the internet. Mild
crazy
internet
person
person.
that, yeah. So yeah, you're right. But so what it seems to happen is that they see a time that he got the information of Crowder's address, and then that coincided with this message. That's the
And there's
evidence.
one more piece of information that he's about to say. But I do want to add one extra thing, though. Does it change anything that he also gave, or whoever also gave instructions on how to cook the potato underneath? Because it's a little bit of the good with the bad. I don't know. It seems interesting.
Make holes, wrap it in conveyor for 2.5. That's true.
Package came from Smyrna, Georgia. Didn't say who it was from, but message. Well, after Jared received Stephen's personal address from Hillary, Stephen received a threatening message. Package came from Smyrna, Georgia. Didn't say who it was from, but we later found out that is mere miles from where Jared lives. NDAs are a normal part of doing business.
I mean, isn't anywhere mere miles from
you sign an
anywhere
NDA
else
voluntarily?
If you I would like
You
to know
guys
the
are
number
mere
of
miles from me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
I
you know,
think
it's just
we're
a matter of
mere
miles.
kilometers from you, Kite.
Yes,
Andrew and I are miles
actually.
from each other.
We need to use actual measurements. Thank you very much. Yes,
Yeah,
and
thank
some
you.
bullshit made-up trash that made your space probe scratch.
Gray.
No.
Andrew and I are miles
Yes.
from each other, but we're
True.
all kilometers from you and Hydra and Charles.
Yes, Charles is also. They use both in the UK, don't they?
Yeah, I'm a temp kilometer. You know, I can easily adapt. I'm trans kilometer user.
You're by meter.
I'm
curious.
bi-coastal.
By meter? No.
Yeah, I'm kilometer
By
curious.
mile?
Measure
By measure.
Come on.
curious. There's something.
Yeah, by
You're the comedian. You
It's coming. By metric.
All this NDA talk has got me really quiet.
He's like, oh god, I might say
Voluntarily. Jared signed his voluntarily, and then he breached it. Didn't have to sign it. Could have left. Could have just left. Could have walked away. Didn't
No,
have to
it
sign
doesn't
the
sound like
exit.
it.
He signed it on the way in again. Didn't have to sign that either.
Well,
Never.
it kind of in a way, Jared
voluntarily
didn't
signed the
have
agreement.
to sign it, but he signed it so that they would give the carve out for him to seek out employment. Apparently, they only allowed him to seek it out. They didn't allow him to actually have it. But I don't know. It does suck where it doesn't seem like it was just super voluntary. It was in exchange. So it seems a little dishonest to me. But fair enough.
Yeah, I can think we can see where we are landing on the side in this conflict so far.
And then decided to break it. He also lied to you guys and said that I was asking for every single conversation with his
You literally just showed us private messages. But
friends
okay.
and that I was telling him that he couldn't contact his friends. No, that's not true. Look at the Form 202 petition that we put out there.
I just wanted to see
I
what
told
the
Jared
messages were. I didn't
in
say
that
he
in
couldn't
that
do
petition,
it.
Basically, like, hey, you have to stop talking about the company. The agreement that you made with us. And that can be as simple, like I said earlier, as making sure no address is divulged to where somebody sleeps with their young children. It's common.
You know what? I don't like the appeals to emotion here. It's kind of
I cut out a ton of them.
Jared
He said
just-
it like 10 times where it's where his children
he
sometimes sleep.
sleeps, yeah. It's irritating me. Okay, like in comparison to what we watched before, he did mention as well himself. He did say feeding my family, whatever. But it just came off as a lot more genuine, I suppose, and it just doesn't feel. Yeah, it just doesn't. It feels icky. What he's the way
guess
that,
to be
that this
fair,
is being performed.
Jared did also do that, and I did cut it out of his video, but he was talking about with young children and with a pregnant wife. So he kind of appealed to it as well. So, yeah, they're both doing it. I did notice more from Gerald, but I'm not sure.
I'm not restricting your speech, Jared. I simply asked you to honor your agreement that you voluntarily entered into.
Not speaking.
Yes, I just want you to honor your agreement for not speaking. That's the thing that you're saying here. That's hilarious.
And you had every opportunity to do the right thing before
This
being sued
sounds
today.
easily. I'm sorry. This doesn't sound
Yeah.
great. It sounds like I'm gonna say something technically true to obscure the much more sinister reality of the situation. It's
Yeah.
oy, oy, oy.
I do have an anecdote, which I got
Are you allowed
close
to
to
share it?
breaking one, and they didn't go publicly on YouTube and tell me to cut the shit. They sent me an email reminding me of what I signed, and that scared the shit out of me plenty. And
For sure.
that
I could
was
just
more
imagine
than
if
enough.
a legal serving of that paper would,
Right,
you know,
right.
hit a little bit harder than just an email.
Absolutely. I mean, there's precedent for, you know, not going this route. This is like really catty.
It's over the top.
Am I on the right stream? Using the word catty?
I didn't even notice, man. I'm tired.
Well, we didn't notice,
great.
but like, yeah, you had to. You know what? It's because of Foxrew, right? Because it just didn't. We're down a cat.
I needed to know how far this went. That was it. It would have been the end of it. After 2 hearings that maybe lasted about an hour each, and very minimal work, and a deposition deadline that had expired, you decided to come out and say that we had sued you, which we hadn't. That video makes it very clear that the only way that we can get to a place of understanding of what your agreement was and that you should honor it is for me to have to sue you. I did not want it to be this way. I take no pleasure in it. No matter what the outcome, I take no pleasure in it. I just want to protect this company and the people that work here. One thing you also need to know, guys, Hillary is behind this entire plan. Jared, you left in August of 2018. We said nothing about you. Move on with your life, man.
Some reason that we
Okay,
I don't
so-
know.
That conflicts with
This is a little different. So that pretty much ends where it ended yesterday. There might be a little bit more a response sometime in the near future, but a few people weighed in on it. It went super viral. A lot of people weighed in on Twitter, but it may have led to a new lawsuit. So there's threats of it in this clip and then tweet. And then, yeah, that's the end of this one. But yeah, the quartering weighed in.
Inserted himself into. And I don't know why. I don't know if he has like some sort of crush or emotional attachment to Steven Crowder's ex-wife. Or he has some...
Issue one more tweet or statement endorsing an opinion that I am somehow sexually involved or want to be involved with Hillary Crowder, and we will have a new lawsuit.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Relax.
it's not
You
like a
don't
real
need to
one,
say
but
that. Come on. Yeah.
yeah, it does seem like some people are kind of going over the line where he explained why he was doing it, but I do believe the quartering keeps kind of teasing that he has some partnership or some future deal with Crowder. So I think there's a reason why he might be coming to his defense on that.
So he's neutral.
I think so. Yeah.
Extremely unbiased.
The potato said, what, you remember when that clip came out? Do you remember the clip that came out of Steven Crowder like yelling at his wife, basically?
But I
Right?
believe the words were
You can
watch
say-
it, effing watch it. And then, yeah, it was the instructions for how to cook the potato. They looked like they were decent ones.
So it's literally a secret message on a potato. It's so fucking funny. I'm sorry. It's just
It's where his children
reality is
sleep.
a
It's a
meme.
threatening. It was a threatening message. It was a threatening message that you said to your wife.
potato. I'm sorry,
Oh
my brain
my
is
God.
broken. It's,
And
who
it's a
sends
sweet
secret
potato.
messages
There's
on
something about that as
potatoes?
well. In the picture
Yeah.
of it, that's really funny.
Imagine like this is a secret message. Be sure to cook potato after you've read it or something. That would be such a cool way to do this. I'm circumventing a non-disclosure agreement. Potato, go. I'm sorry. It's just it's so funny. Why?
So that was Steven Crowder. I suppose we'll continue to discuss it as things come around, and I'm gonna go and watch Shad's deep dive. I don't know if I'll be drama diagramming it. Maybe we'll see. If it's worth it.
There's a lot of ins and a lot of outs on this
Aren't
one.
you gonna
'cause-
fix yours? Aren't you gonna fix yours?
Yeah, no, I've got to fix mine, but that I'm talking about next week. Mine tomorrow is a public holiday for me, so I will fix my stuff tomorrow. Shall we look? We're 10 minutes off of a couple minutes off of 4 hours. Do you want to do a draw? What do you guys want to do? Do you want to sign off? Because we have to get to the. You know what? It would be better if we used these last few minutes. Did goodbye things, and then we jumped on over to the Thinkers Gaming channel.
Oh my God, that's a thing. You haven't
Yeah,
even
we
showed
got it,
me
yeah.
that. Oh, you
It's a
scheming
thing.
in secret without me. Well, there you. Yeah, okay.
Hey, it
It
wasn't
was-
just
it
you.
was
We excluded a
announced.
lot.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm very tired.
Yeah, we're still in the progress.
Shut the
we're still in
fuck up, Galente. I stretched my abilities to the limit. Okay.
I totally thought you were going after Dorkus there, and I was like, "Wow, wow, calm down, Hydra."
Yeah, I was like, wow, will you shut the fuck up?
Galente, I can only be on stream for a little while today, guys. Hydra 2024. Also, Hydra still here. First of all, that's not exactly what I said. I'm not sure for how long I can be here, and I'm so fucking tired. My brain feels like scrambled eggs, which is why I probably said some things here that I will later regret, or I made an embarrassing misspeak or something
No,
when I
you're
later
good, you're
take a
good.
look at this episode. Something horrible is gonna come out that I accidentally spilled my, I don't know, my ID for my keycard or something in reverse. It's, I'm doing my best, okay? Love you too, Valentin. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, we're setting
think
up
you were
the
saying
Thinkers
something,
Gaming
Dorkus?
channel. We're setting up the Thinkers Gaming channel, and hopefully fairly soon we'll get a bunch of different Let's Plays and community events going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys can have my Last of Us streams.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
It's gaming. It's a
One more,
thing.
you gotta redo them.
We got it.
Redo them? Sure. I need to learn how to use the buttons again anyway.
Thank you, Finch. I do worry sometimes. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so get onto goodbye things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's sad that I
I'm
won't be
setting
able
up the
to.
stream now.
I'm too close. I'm basically done with my Elden Ring playthrough, so that won't be able to go on to the gaming channel. But
the
maybe.
next one though.
Hollow Knight.
No. The Hollow. Yeah, exactly. The long
Hollow Knight,
promised
yeah.
Hollow Knight. Maybe.
Catrew and Hydra
Maybe.
play Hollow Knight.
Yes.
And then I'm gonna
maybe.
do a blind playthrough of like an unmodded desktop.
Okay. That's an inside joke for people who don't
Yeah.
get it, but okay.
No, I am gonna play through the what do you call it?
You can do it.
Oh my gosh. What do you call it? No. Hydra,
The
what's it called?
effect of what?
Mass Effect, yes.
Yes,
The Mass
there we go.
Effect series.
Exactly. We did a trade with me and Andrew, one game for another each.
Why is it doing this? Okay, I just need to.
So
download
are we
it
gonna raid? Can we raid the
I don't think I'm able to.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm having to download the video. I thought I could stream it straight from StreamYard into the video. I mean into the yeah, and then
Oh,
it's
that's
like,
really
no, you have to
stupid.
have
They
a
make you download it
pre-recorded
and then
video.
upload it again. Great.
Yeah, like I'm like it's here, it's in this library, and it says schedule a stream, and then I put in all the details, and it's like you need a full yeah.
What
So
if, bear with me, what if they are checking whether or not you have good enough bandwidth so the quality will be decent? I'm sorry, I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah, so good faith. But you know what? Look, I'm busy. It says a couple minutes left, so just everybody, other goodbye things. So look, what we're gonna do now. Okay, and I'm not able to raid because I think you got to have a lot of viewers or something for that. I'll check.
You're too tired. You're not in a Viking mindset right now. Yeah.
You what is Katru? What are you doing on your channel? So we know what you're going to do on the gaming channel, but what you're going to do on your channel? Hello.
I think he'll be a fox.
Hello.
That'll be cool.
Hello.
What does the fox say?
Hello.
Sorry.
It's really not.
So yeah,
The fox was broken. That's what happened.
no, there was something. Yeah, no. That was somebody was saying something. What was the question? No, I literally have my headphones off.
What's
What
going
you
on
got
on
going
your
on in your
channel?
channel?
Oh yeah.
What's
Tomorrow
happening?
I'm going to be going over. Oh yeah. I'm going to be going over the Sargon Gamergate 2 video. I think that there's a lot to be learned. It'll be a shorter stream because it's a shorter video. It's only like 10 minutes long or something. But I think that he says a lot of good things and some confusing things to people who are not in the know. So it's good I would like to just give my interpretation on that.
That makes sense. He's had some
Okay.
kind of interesting takes too. I think he just dropped one on Dune as well, saying that that's like a hero's journey. But fair enough. I guess it could be in a way. But yeah,
Well,
I'm looking forward to your
I
stream.
mean, you don't go beyond the first book.
Ready for.
If you don't go beyond the first book.
Paul Atreides
Well,
should have finished the golden
that's
path.
okay,
He was a
then.
coward. He ran away from his duty. How dare he? I'm sorry, personal opinions aside. I don't like that.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Golden
Next.
path, not golden order. Too much Elden. I'm sorry.
What you got going on, Hydra?
Finishing,
Are you finishing the Elden Ring?
Yeah, I'm finishing the Elden Ring. Basically, as far as I know, only one boss really remains. Just picking up the last potential items I may have missed, and then afterwards, I'm gonna save that progress for when the DLC comes out to finish that too with that specific character. And we're gonna play Hollow Knight because Andrew has been waiting very patiently and he has requested it. So we will do that. Maybe we will record it, maybe we will not. We'll see. And also,
You should, man. There's a channel for that.
Yes, I will consider it. I'm just really tired right now to make such commitments. I'm sorry. And
Contagious.
if Andrew decides to play through the Mass Effect trilogy, I will definitely mod it for him first so that he has access to proper accessibility options like a field of view slider that should really have been included in the remakes, or not remakes, sorry, the Legendary Edition. And also spare him from the horrendous shit that is EA's decision for the story writing of the very end. So I'm going to restore something for him that's more in line with the original vision of the writers. So yes, Andrew, if he plays, he will be playing modded Mass Effect blind, or else I'm going to fight him in real life and beat him up. Because how dare
There you go.
he is not
There
going
we
to
go.
ruin his experience with Mass Effect with the horrendous trash fire that EA decided to make in the end. I'm very protective of other people's gaming experiences now. Apparently.
Just to
It's a new
clarify,
thing.
in real life, you mean Minecraft, right? That's what we were talking about. You're totally
Yes,
good
I'm
on
gonna
that.
break into his
Yeah,
diamond
okay.
house and steal
Yes.
his netherite equipment. Yes, definitely. Break his enchanting table, steal all the diamonds. Yes.
Based. Yeah, I don't have too much going on my channel. I should have a video out in the near future on my main channel. A bunch of reviews will come out on my other channel, but yeah, good times. I think that's all I got going on. Dorkus, what's going on your side of the internet?
Well, making excellent progress on the Mistborn series, and there are only 2 more sections of the Cicero videos to do. Other than that, still working on ways to commit to other series for my channel.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
What about you, Charles? What do you have
right.
going on, sir?
Oh yeah.
I got nothing going on, eventually. But Charles, he's the
Huh?
man who makes things happen. What do you have going on your channel, sir?
Oh,
the future. What does it behold as far as Charles goes?
The recent past.
Yeah, recent past. If you want to watch us talk about box office and other news in Hollywood, you might recognize a guest this most recent week and perhaps in the future too. So there's that. It gets really kind of serious and gross for the second half, but yeah. Also, did a certain Fox finish their homework?
Yes.
All right. So something else on the horizon in regards to another Poor Things spoiler stream, or did we decide on whether or not it's going to be a spoiler?
It's going to be full spoilers.
Yeah. So
it's the only way we can
Yeah.
talk about the kind of things we want to talk
That's
about.
right.
What
That's
you want
right.
to talk about?
Yeah. So we just got to get together on that, and then that will happen too. And getting everything ready to start filming in front of a camera and properly edit. So there's that. But I don't think it's going to happen before the next Thinkers. So there's that, and that, and this. Please get away from me, please.
All right. So where are we going after
I think
this?
that's everybody. Except for Kidda. What do you have going on, Kidda? Do you have any ideas for
Yeah.
your next diagram?
Okay, so I want to fix up what happened yesterday with the Don Lemon. I was not happy about it. It didn't make enough sense. And yeah, I'm trying to also just have a little explainer. One of the last few messages in yesterday's stream was, what's the point of these diagrams? And I would like to have as remember I promised I was going to do a channel trailer. That should be something I can do, like wire diagram stuff. Just something, even if it's Scuff Queen, do it, just get it out. And so that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. But that will just go up. And then on maybe on Monday I will be streaming some gaming, some Helldivers, something like that, some gaming stream. That will be I don't know where it will be, but just keep your notifications on. What else? Yes, next week, I don't know if I'm going to drama diagram this. I don't know. We'll see. If otherwise, I want to do some more Warren Smith stuff. So there's that. Yeah, and all like
You
mental
just
health
had an
meds,
interesting-
all of that. That's what I was going to do.
Warren Smith just had this interesting conversation with Dr. Drew. So he's got some interesting ones that you might
Yeah.
want to diagram or look
Yeah.
into.
Look into, yeah, exactly. Lemonade. Diagram on a
Potato.
You know what? That is it. That is exactly it. Look, guys.
Okay,
so
that
here
would be
is
awesome.
I'm uploading because I've had to download and upload the D&D stream, and now I'm uploading it. But just here,
So
go
later
and subscribe to the gaming stream. Go to subscribe to the gaming YouTube now, and then you will get.
You want to drop the link
notification
to the channel?
Yeah, it's there.
We are just asking you to subscribe. We're not gonna do a legal harassment campaign or anything, you know. I'm
But
sorry.
it would be a
Oscar.
shame if you didn't.
It would be such a shame if our new gaming channel would not take
In-
off as well as this one.
You
wouldn't
do
want
not
that,
have to
would you?
sign an NDA to subscribe to the Thinkers Gaming channel.
Yes,
you can
actually,
tell
you don't need
all
to
the people you
negotiate.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's busy uploading.
Put a link on a potato and send it to me.
Finch really is into this potato. Listen, I'll put it in the Discord as well, just to remind everybody once it's up. And I'll premiere it, and if you guys are still awake, well, you guys will be awake because it's daytime. If I'm still awake, I'll jump in. I think one of us will be in there. It's listenable, but you can definitely also watch to see. You know what sucks is you're not going to see Charles's chats, because he was very funny and distracting during this live stream.
I was an infant.
But
But future will be on the correct
it's
channel.
gonna be fun.
So that'll be awesome.
Pre-made.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we'll have retain the live chat on those.
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. It's not made for kids. Age restriction, no, don't restrict. Yeah, we're all good. Cool.
All
I
right.
guess that's it, boys and girls. Have a nice
Indeed.
life.
See you everyone
And
next
okay, thanks,
time.
bye.